Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ACCSM+3 International Conference with me, Shinji-ye, as your MC. First of all, I would like to thank all the guests who have traveled very far in order to be here with us in person, and also to the online participants who are joining us online. Well, under the theme of new challenges and inspiring innovation in personal administration in the era of transformation, we have invited experts and the head of personal administration organizations from ASEAN countries, Japan, and Australia to share their best cases and also to discuss the future policy direction of the personal administration as we usher in the digital transformation era. Before I introduce the proceedings of today's conference, I would like to spare the time in order to send our deepest condolences to those who were affected by the incident in Itaewon that occurred last Saturday. So ladies and gentlemen, let's do stand for a while and pay a silent tribute. Silent tribute. Thank you very much. You may now all be seated. And now to brief you on today's schedule, with the opening remarks from His Excellency Kim Seung-ho, the Minister of Personal Management of Republic of Korea, as the start. We're going to have His Excellency Carollo Alexei Bendigo Nograles, the Chairperson of Civil Service Commission of Republic of Philippines, His Excellency Dr. Lim Jok-hoi, the Secretary General of ASEAN Secretariat, will each deliver their congratulatory remarks. And moving on, we are to have some keynote speech from Professor Kim Pan-seok, the Commission member of UN International Civil Service Commissions, and Professor Andrew Massey, the Academic Director of International School for Government, King's College, London. And at the first session, the forward-looking government personal administration, public demand, and innovative practices will be shared. At the second session, challenges ahead of government personal administration, digital transformation, and intellectualization will be discussed. As for the last, there will be a presentation on the joint study results between the Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea and the OECD under the theme of Learning Cultures in the Public Service, E-Learning in Korea. So please make sure that you will be here with us until the very end of the program as we are to share insights on the new challenges as well as the innovation in the area of the personal administration. And so now, as we are to start the ACCSM+3 International Conference, let us watch an opening video where we can listen to the thoughts of the young public officers.
This is the best opportunity from Asian countries and Korea for making an agreement and cooperation, especially in personal management.
Korea have distributed to ASEAN countries for variable and in many areas a social framework.
Between Korea and the Philippines, one of the ODA projects that we can pursue together is how to improve the performance-based incentive system.
Cooperation in building and developing e-governance as a whole.
In terms of cooperation, I think it is better for the Philippines and Korea to talk about green financing.
and we don't have to sit behind the decks. But as long as we can perform, it will be great for ours.
Prioritize work-life balance.
An ideal organization is a learning organization.
I would expect the senior level officer could respect our opinion and be open and include our opinion in the policy making process.
I was a part of the preparation for the evacuation team for COVID-19. It's really my proudest moment because I can save people's life and become a part of that evacuation.
I want to be a policy officer who specializes in development field in the future.
Good public servants, which is serve as a good service and also to assist my citizen in the urban or rural area.
As a public officer, I wish to be someone with intact integrity.
Service-oriented,
Transparency,
innovation,
Democracy,
Efficiency.
flexibility,
professionalism,
Value for money.
integrity,
Inclusiveness.
Improvement, responsiveness.
collaboration.
Yes, as the video have shown, we have gathered here today in order to enhance the cooperation in the personal administration. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready to fully engage in today's program, let us start the ACCSM+3 International Conference with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And now for the opening remarks, let's welcome His Excellency Kim Seung-ho, the Minister of the Personnel Management of Republic of Korea, will join the stage. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage with a big round of applause.
네.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. I'm Minister of Personnel Management of ROK, Kim Seung-ho. After inauguration of the ministry in 2014, this is the first international conference on human resources management in the public sector organized by our ministry. I would like to thank the heads of personnel administration and delegations from ASEAN member nations and speakers from home and abroad who will share their insight in topics related to personnel administration. I would like to thank and welcome all participants to this conference. I would like to also thank everyone who has worked hard to prepare and organize this meaningful event. But unfortunately, on Saturday last week, there was a tragic event for our nation. Taking this opportunity, I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to those who have died and the bereaved families, and wish for the most fast recovery for those who have been injured. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is New Challenges and Inspiring Innovation in Personal Administration in the Era of Transformation. Advanced scientific technologies such as AI are increasingly dominating our lives, and public's expectation of administrative services is getting higher than ever before. In this era of transformation, we have to think about the best path forward to overcome the missions and challenges given to the administration of these days. Korea and ASEAN has been dialogue partners for more than 30 years, and now we are trying to upgrade our relationship to core partners that seek win-win solidarities through strategic cooperation. In line with this trend, as ACCSM+3 International Conference is going to be an occasion to expand horizon of cooperation with ASEAN member nations, Japan, China, and Australia. Ministry of Personnel Management of ROK will continue to nurture and train confident and competent civil servants, establish digital-based personnel management systems, and share our milestones and case studies with partner countries who are present today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we have heard from the theme video, the public officials, young generations from various nationalities, the values and the future that all countries and governments must pursue remains unchanged across national boundaries. Taking this opportunity, I hope we can continue to work together to actively engage in communication and cooperation for the innovation and future of our government. ACCSM+3 International Conference, I would like to thank you all for joining us, and I hope you can relish the beautiful autumn days that Korea has to offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for officially commencing today's conference with your remarks. And also, you have shared that the Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea will do its best in order to pursue the missions of ACCSM+3. Thank you very much once again. And now moving on, let's welcome His Excellency Prom Sokha, the Minister of Civil Service of Kingdom of Cambodia, to deliver his congratulatory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the podium with a big round of applause.
Excellency Kim Sung-ho, Minister of Personnel Management of the Republic of Korea, Excellency Kalo Alexei Bendigo Nograles, Chairperson Civil Service Commission of the Republic of the Philippines, Excellency Dr. Bima Harya Wibisana, Chairman, National Civil Service Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, Excellency Lim Jok Hoi, Secretary General of ASEAN, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Before addressing my speech, I would like to take this opportunity to extend deepest condolence to the government of the Republic of Korea and to the victim families for the devastating and horrific tragedy happened on the 29 October at Seoul, Itaewon District. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Cambodian delegation, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Minister, the Ministry of Personnel Management of the Republic of Korea, and the conference organizers for the very first conduct on 2022 ACCSM+3 International Conference on Human Resource Management in the Public Sector under the theme of New Challenges and Inspiring Innovation in Personnel Administration in the Era of Transformation under the ACCSM+3 Work Plan 2021-2025. Given the current context of COVID-19 pandemic, I am delighted that our delegates are able to gather together in this meaningful event, which reflects how far we have come in our joint effort to control and combat the outbreak in order to develop our respective civil service and toward the Asian community building. Undoubtedly, this conference will pave the way for many project initiatives raised by the +3 country under the ACCSM+3 work plan in the future in an attempt order to strengthen and deepen our substantive cooperation for mutual benefits. I firmly believe that this conference will run smoothly and be successful and fruitful as expected. At the same time, this arrangement will also serve as a bridge of good friendship between the Republic of Korea and the ASEAN country member. Once again, I would like to extend my most profound gratitude and deepest appreciation to the Ministry of Personnel Management and the conference organizers for your warmest welcome and excellent hospitality. Finally, I wish all distinguished participants the best wishes for future success and comprehensive cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Prom Sokha, for congratulating the opening of our today's conference with your remarks. As you have mentioned, today's gathering will pave the way for new projects and also the initiatives for our mutual benefit. And now, His Excellency Carlo Alexei Bendigo Nogreles, the Chairperson of Civil Service Commissions of Republic of Philippines, will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
On behalf of the Philippine government, we would like to extend our deepest condolences and sympathies to the families of those who perished in the incident in Taiwan, and we would like to pray and wish for the speedy recovery of those who were injured. Minister Kim Seong-ho, Ministry of Personnel Management, Republic of Korea. Secretary General Lim Jok-hoi, ASEAN Secretariat. Heads of ASEAN Civil Service, His Excellency Minister Prom Sokha, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, mabuhay. Good morning. It is our honor and privilege to be invited to the 2022 ACCSM+3 International Conference on Human Resource Management in the Public Sector, which is part of the ACCSM+3 Work Plan 2021 to 2025. For the past 3 years, the world has experienced extraordinary uncertainty and volatility due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet, somehow, despite the initial shock and confusion, we have all been able to rise above the challenges and adjusted accordingly to our new normal. Some may even go as far as to say that the challenges brought about by the pandemic has actually accelerated much needed transformation and provided opportunities and resources for innovation. For the civil service, this new normal presents challenges and opportunities in personnel administration and human resource management. HR policies and systems had to be revisited and updated. Recruitment procedures and alternative work arrangements were taken into consideration in view of emerging and new normal practices and trends. We recognize the importance of equipping employees with both hard and soft skills that would help develop agility and future readiness. Soft skills such as leadership, time management, critical thinking, creativity, and quick adaptness, which machines or computers cannot replace. And hard skills such as digital literacy, data analytics, and data visualization, which are essential as we move towards a more digital and technology-enabled work and service environment. So as we continue to face similar challenges, it is comforting to know that we are not alone in our struggle and that we have a network of people and organizations that can help us in our own efforts to find solutions. To be able to gather together with our counterparts in the ASEAN, as well as the +3 countries, and learn from each other's innovations and best practices is always a welcome experience. This conference, with the theme New Challenges and Inspiring Innovations in Personnel Administration in the Era of Transformation, is indeed timely and relevant. So we await with enthusiasm the sessions on forward-looking government personnel administration and challenges ahead of government personnel administration. And we also look forward to the presentation on learning cultures in the public sector, e-learning in Korea. I would like to congratulate Minister Kim Seong-ho and the Ministry of Personnel Management of the Republic of Korea for successfully organizing this 2022 ACCSM+3 International Conference on Human Resource Management in the Public Sector. This will surely serve as an avenue to gather and disseminate knowledge on recent advancements in emerging areas of human resource administration and reforms, as well as HR innovations in managing global changes. I would like to also express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Ministry for this invitation and for the excellent accommodations and arrangements for this event. I hope that through this conference, we can continue to engage, empower, and uplift one another as we endure to build our respective capacities and capabilities to better anticipate and respond to future challenges. Again, thank you everyone. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat kaniyong tanan and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for delivering your remark. As His Excellency have mentioned, with all the changes being made worldwide, the personal administration and also the HR management also seeks to change and adjust to the changes. So we are not alone in the struggle, and as we have each other, we are going to find the solution. And today, His Excellency Dr. Lim Jok-hoi, the Secretary General of ASEAN Secretariat, was kind enough to send his remark through the video. So ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to the screen as the video will be played.
His Excellency Kim Sung-ho, Minister of Personnel Management of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Prum Soka, Minister of Civil Service of the Kingdom of Cambodia, His Excellency Carlo Nograles, Chairperson of Civil Service Commission of the Republic of the Philippines, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. I congratulate the Ministry of Personnel Management of the Republic of Korea for convening the International Conference on Human Resource Management in the public sector. This event is a timely opportunity to strengthen the culture of good governance as well as promote e-government at all levels to ensure an agile civil service in this digital era. As we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed an acceleration in the region's digitalization rates as online learning, e-commerce, and platforms work gain momentum, changing the way we live and work. Similarly, governments in ASEAN has embraced digital technologies to maintain the delivery of quality public services. As a result, ASEAN digital economy generated over $100 billion by November 2021 and is estimated to reach nearly $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Furthermore, data from United Nations reveal that 7 ASEAN member states rank in the top 100 of the World E-Government Development Index this year, demonstrating the region's commitment to remain innovative, competitive, and relevant for the new dynamics of the regional economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, ASEAN recognizes that this growth would not be possible without support of a competent and agile civil service. Moving forward, it is imperative that we strengthen the effectiveness and efficiency of human resources management to ensure that civil service continues to be resilient and responsive to new challenges and the public needs. In this regard, allow me to elaborate on some of the strategies that ASEAN has undertaken. ASEAN has actively implemented the consolidated strategy on the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025, and most recently, the Bandar Seri Begawan Roadmap on Digital Transformation. These strategies complement one another and call for the promotion of e-government service with more transparent and inclusive processes that allows greater public participation, as well as support ASEAN vision of becoming a leading digital community. Likewise, progress has also been made in the civil service sector. The ASEAN Statement on Promotion of Good Governance and Acceleration of the Agile Civil Service in a Digital Economy reaffirmed the need for concentrated action to further enhance the capacities of ASEAN civil service amidst the global digital transformation. This commitment was further strengthened by the adoption of the ASEAN Declaration on Fostering Civil Service Adaptability to the New Challenges in 2021, which include calls for the continuous skill development of civil servants and promotion of good governance, among others. Furthermore, various regional initiatives in the ACCSM Work Plan 2021-2025 aim to support ASEAN member states in becoming future ready. Last year, a regional study was conducted to look into the readiness of civil service for modernization and identified some key challenges shared across member states, particularly on institutional capacity to cope with digitalization, effective mechanisms for citizen engagement, human resources development and management, as well as transformative leadership. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides an excellent platform to exchange information on innovative strategies, practices, and challenges in human resources management in the public sector. I hope that you will actively engage in the discussion today and maximize this opportunity to learn and support one another in our endeavor to achieve an agile and modern civil service. I wish the conference much success with fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sending your remarks through the video. As you have mentioned, the competent civil service is needed in order to tackle the challenges that we face. So it would be important for us to cooperate in order to fulfill the missions that we have together. And now, to congratulate the opening of today's conference, allow me to call upon some dignitaries to join me on stage for a performance of harmony between the ASEAN countries, Korea, China, and Japan. Well, to first briefly explain about today's performance, as the dignitaries joined us on stage, the participants who are joining us on the right will press the emblem with their left hand, and those who are joining us on the left will press the emblem with their right hand. 네, 오늘 오프닝 퍼포먼스는요, 위에서 함께 하시는 귀빈 여러분들께서는 오른쪽에 함께 하시는 경우에는 왼손으로, 그리고 또 왼쪽에서 함께 하시는 경우에는 오른손으로 함께 해주시면 되겠습니다. And of course, the participants who are seated will join the performance with their big round of applause. And distinguished guests, as your name is called, please join us on stage and make sure that you're wearing your masks at all time. 네, 그럼 먼저 김승호 인사혁신처장님을 모시겠습니다. Please welcome His Excellency Kim Seung-ho, the Minister of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea. And moving on, let's welcome His Excellency Prom Soka, the Minister of Civil Service of Kingdom of Cambodia. Please make sure that you're wearing your masks at all time. So, yes, it would be appreciated if you wear your mask. And Dr. Bima Haria Wibisana, the Chairman of National Civil Service Agency of Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Carlo Alexei Bendigo Nograles, the Chairperson of Civil Service Commissions of Republic of Philippines. And Dr. Zulkifli bin Mohammed, Deputy Director General of Public Service Department of Malaysia. And Jamie Eng, the Deputy Secretary of Public Service Division of Republic of Singapore. And Dr. Nurfarizal bin Osman, the Director General of Public Service of Prime Minister's Office of Brunei Darussalam. And Singtabong Dalabong, the Director General of Ministry of Home Affairs of Laos People's Democratic Republic. Alini Tawaskari, the Senior Advisor of Office of Civil Service Commissions of Kingdom of Thailand. Buti Yenga, the Vice Director of Hanoi University of Home Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs of Socialist Republic of Vietnam. And Fukunishi Ken, the Deputy Director General for Cybersecurity and Information Technology Management of Secretariat of National Personnel Authority of Japan. Yes, once again, the guest on the left will place their right hand and the guest on the right will place their left hand. If you look at the back, there is a beautiful emblem that placed. So the guest on the left will place their right hand and the guest on the right will place their left hand. Yes, as we have placed our hand on the emblem, can we face the front in order to take a commemorative photo first? So with your hands placed on the emblem, please face front as we are to take a photo together. 네, 잠시 기념사진 촬영을 먼저 진행하겠습니다. 앞쪽에 있는 카메라를 향해 서주시면 되겠습니다. 손을 올리신 채로 앞에 있는 카메라를 봐주시면 감사드리겠습니다. Yes, let's take the photo first. And now I'll be counting down from 3 to 1. And as I do so, please touch the emblem. So if you're ready, we're going to do this together. Yes, once again, when I say so, please press the button. So let's count down together. 3, 2, 1. Yes, distinguished guests on stage, please face front and give a big round of applause. The new challenges and inspiring innovation in personal administration in the era of transformation. Thank you very much. With this, we successfully have opened today's conference. And to congratulate our opening, let us take a commemorative photo together facing front. Yes, please put on your biggest smile and let us take a photo together. And of course, we will need one photo without the mask as well. So may I ask the distinguished guests to take off the mask for a while and smile at the camera for the photo. Yes, thank you very much for joining us today, where we are to welcome in the era of transformation, the new challenges and inspiring innovation in the personal administration. And we would like to take one more photo, inviting more guests to join us on stage. We would like to welcome the keynote speakers as well as the moderators of each session to join us for the photo. First of all, Professor Kim Pan-seok, the Commission member of UN International Civil Service Commissions, please join us on stage. And moving on, let's welcome Professor Andrew Massey, Academic Director of King's College, London. And as for the last but not the least, let's welcome Professor Choi Dong-ju, the Professor of Sungmyeong Women's University. With more guests joining us on stage, let us take the photo together. So, first of all, please face the camera, and we are going to take the photo together. Thank you very much joining us all together here at the ACCSM+3 International Conference. Let us stick more closer to the center. And now, let us take the photo together. Maybe, yes, I'm not sure if you're ready yet. Yes, the distinguished guest at the very last. Can we have the distinguished guest at the very last to join us? 네, 교수님께서 오른쪽으로 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네. Now, we're going to welcome all the guests to join us to have a balance in the picture. And also, yes, Professor, can you join us here? Yes, thank you very much. And as we have an even balance in the photo, let us face front, put on the biggest smile, and at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And we have a typical pose in Korea when we say we root each other or when we support each other, we put on our right fist and say fighting. This means that we will be cooperating with each other. So when I count down from 1, 2, 3, can we say fighting together with the right fist up? Thank you very much. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, fighting. And of course, we will need one official photo. So may I ask the distinguished guests to wear their mask once again. Thank you very much. Yes, we would need an official photo for the conference. So please wear the mask once again and let's take the photo together. Thank you very much. And now once again on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yes, we would like to do the fighting once more. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Fighting! Thank you very much. This will be all for the photo session. You may now all go back to your seats. Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for the photo session and also for joining us from the early morning in order to attend today's conference. Well, we're now going to move on to the keynote speech. We have diverse dignitaries joining us today's conference in order to share their insights with us. And first of all, it would be my honor to introduce our first keynote speaker. The first keynote speech is being prepared by Professor Kim Pan-seok, the Commission member of UN International Civil Service Commission, under the title of Paradigm Shift in Public Human Resource Management. Let's invite Professor Kim Pan-seok with a big round of applause.
Good morning, Honorable Minister Kim Sung-ho, Excellencies from Cambodia and the Philippines and ASEAN Secretariat, and distinguished delegate and guests from ASEAN+3 member countries, Australia, the United Kingdom, UNDP, OECD, and many other organizations. It is my great pleasure to deliver keynote speech at the 2022 ASEAN Cooperation on Civil Service Matters +3 International Conference. My topic is a paradigm shift in public human resource management, the case of South Korea and its implication for other countries. The ACCSM cooperation with the +3 countries started in 2008, and fortunately, I attended 2010 Luang Prabang Joint Declaration Conference. So it is great pleasure to come back again. I was a keynote speaker in 2010. And also I met a gentleman from Laos, so I'm very pleased to meet all of you. I'm a professor of public administration, and I taught public personnel administration for more than 30 years. So I can look back on the past and present situation from the big picture or human resource wheel perspective. So if I look back, I can see some difference. Previously, the shape of the human resource wheel was uneven and incomplete. Something is missing. We had human resource management, HRD, recruitment, many other functions, but some area was underdeveloped, such as occupational safety, labor management relations, and electronic human resource management, etc. But now, it has now developed almost completely into a full circle. Of course, context matters. Some part may be advancing and some part may be lacking, so each country needs to analyze what parts is lacking and fill in the gap in the future. So these are the content of my presentation. First, I talk about the realization of philosophy that respect human beings. Secondly, normalization of labor management relations. And thirdly, use of high technology and activation of electronic HLM. And finally, we can talk about COVID-19, of course, pre-pandemic, mid-pandemic, post-pandemic challenges and future directions. The first, the realization of a philosophy that respects human beings. We need to exercise caring and humane human resource management. In the private sector in Korea, the Industrial Accident Compensation Insurance Act was enacted in 1963. Since then, industrial accident compensation was well developed. However, in the public sector, the story is different. As you see in the figure, police helicopters, firefighting helicopters, Coast Guard helicopters, they are dispatched to many places, and sometimes accidents occur, but accident compensation wasn't proper or sufficient, so that the public officials' Occupational Accident Compensation Act was promulgated in 2018. Then, of course, police office also established, as you can see, the inside red box. So law was enacted and organization was established. So that a civil servant who had accidents can claim for compensation, and the government employees and pension service collect all those claims, and the Ministry of Personnel Management review and decide. But if a civil servant is not satisfied with the result of the first review, he or she can go to second step, which is under the Prime Minister. Currently, I'm chairing this review committee, and I see a lot of changes. One significant change is realistic materialization of occupational accident compensation, nursing benefit, survivors benefit, disability benefit, etc. So we can see really realistic materialization. So that I can say that both the acceptance rate of claims and the compensation amount for such claim have increased. Furthermore, a completely new chapter has been added to HLM textbook on health, safety, and occupational accident compensation. In the business sector, this issue has been one of the important chapters in business HLM textbook. But in the government, we didn't have this issue as part of HLM textbook. We didn't. But for first time, we can add this particular issue on health, safety, and occupational accident compensation in public personnel textbook. I think this is very significant improvement and change. Secondly, I'd like to talk about normalization of labor management relations. We implemented a trade union law in 2005. Then 2017, I became the minister of this personnel management. I negotiated with unions for collective bargaining agreement. And successfully we implemented. And since then, we do have successful collective bargaining agreement over the years. So that labor management relationship has been transformed from hostile to cooperative directions. And South Korea ratified the ILO's 9 fundamental core conventions. ILO has 10 fundamental conventions, and Korea ratified most of them except one element because of national security laws. And this year, ILO also included occupational safety and health as one of the fundamental conventions. But South Korea addressed this issue in 2008. So I can say that South Korea is graduated from all ILO requirements. Now I'm moving to use of technology and activation of human resource management, EHRM. We initiated EHRM around 10 years ago, in 2010. So since then, we tried to convert paper-based human resource management to paperless public personnel administration, utilizing smart work, ICT, and currently artificial intelligence as well. Now civil servants can check their personnel data using their mobile phone. They can apply for vacations, leaves, and business trip utilizing their mobile phone immediately, anywhere, anytime. So composition of EHRM has 2 important functions. First, standard HRM management functions, all kinds of functions, compensation, training, you name it. All functions are available. Another thing is HR policy functions for Ministry of Personnel Management. We have a gentleman from OECD. OECD emphasized data-based, evidence-based HRM. Yeah, we certainly respect their recommendations. So we do practice data-based and evidence-based human resource management, utilizing this EHRM. We call E-Saram. So this is an image of EHRM. As you can see, division head, officials in every central organization, they can use this system. And also this system is well connected with other systems, digital budgeting and accounting system, a so-called digital brain, D-brain, from Ministry of Finance and Economy, and residential ID card system, financial system, all kinds of systems are interrelated each other. So it is well functioning in terms of human resource management in government. So you can see overall summary of my presentation. I'm not talking about all the issue, but as I said in the beginning, we had some kind of weakness in the 3 areas: accident compensation, labor management relations, and electronic HRM. I think we now supplemented all these areas. Therefore, I can say that previously the shape of human resource wheel was uneven and incomplete, but now developed almost completely into a full circle. Of course, context matters. So you can think about your own country's situation and think about how to supplement those areas. That's one of the implications from me. Now let's move to last issue. Pre-pandemic, mid-pandemic, post-pandemic, so we can see a lot of challenges. So we need to find out future directions. In Korea, beginning in 2010, flexible work arrangements were introduced. So since then, we introduced remote work, work home, etc., including smart work centers. We established many smart work centers in many large cities. And I'm sure you heard about American situation. President Obama promulgated Telework Enhancement Act in 2010. So we had a pandemic in 2020, but well before 2012, etc., they had about 10 to 20% of telework before 2020. And in 2020, as you can see, big outbreak. 45% of whole employees had telework in the US federal government. How about South Korea? South Korea, Ministry of Personnel Management told me that we had about approximately 18%. So our rate is a little bit lower. So in academic community, we have some discussion to enact American kind of Telework Enhancement Act in the future. In order to work remotely, your work file must be saved in cloud storage, and then you have to connect with the government virtual private network, GVPN. Then you can work anywhere, anytime. So, COVID-19 gave us a lot of challenges, and the flexible and virtual work arrangements are certainly increasing. So, what can you do? So, this is my final slide. I will finish on time, believe me. Well, you can see 6 stages of the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Left figure give us 6 stages: closed office, mandatory work from home, and work from home encouraged, soft open, open with restrictions, and closed office. I think we have to think about this 6 stage, and every country must prepare for continuity of operations, so-called COOP plan. And the right figure show us new trend. Gallup survey show us that hybrid work is increasing, and the fully on-site work is declining, and remote work is fluctuating. So this story tells us, even if COVID-19 is over, we cannot completely go back to the future. We have to prepare for hybrid work, telework, etc. So if we prepare well for the future, we can manage public human resource management well. Well, I met all the time requirement. This is my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for the keynote speech. Well, we were able to get a glimpse of how things have developed in the human resource management era and where we're headed next. So, what's going to happen in the future? Professor Andrew Massey, the Academic Director of International School for Government of King's College London, will give the keynote speech under the title of Facing the Global Future in Public Administration. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good, it works. Well, good morning, everyone, and ministers, excellencies, dear friends, and colleagues, thank you for inviting me to speak at your esteemed international conference, and I'd like to thank the organizers for putting together something so efficiently and effectively, so thank you for all that you've done. As an infrequent visitor to your country and Korea, I'd just like to add my condolences for the terrible tragedy that occurred. And I know that His Majesty and our government will be sending, if they have not already done so, official condolences too. It is always difficult to speak at a conference after Professor Kim. He is so knowledgeable that anything I say will seem much less intelligent by comparison to what you've just heard. But nonetheless, I shall try. In this talk, I will view HRM very much from a public policy and public administration perspective. And in this, I will take a broader view and then explore what it is we actually want to recruit and upskill our officials to do in the complex and often dangerous world in which we are developing our new HRM techniques. And I know we often speak and write about the future using artificial intelligence and deploying the latest data analytic techniques. But I want to look at first how we recruit, or how we should consider recruiting and training our officials to discuss what is their future role and how do we use their domain experience. And by domain experience, I mean the technical and professional expertise deployed as a part of a team to tackle issues and problems and to deliver directly services to our societies. And that phrase, domain experience, domain expertise, is something that's become quite favored now in the changes that are taking place within the United Kingdom and in various other countries. But first, let me set out what I will discuss, and after beginning with a wide set of issues and questions, I want to then narrow it in a little bit and bring together some, in the last few minutes or so, discuss issues that, and I'm not working here, there we are. Discuss issues that I think are relevant to understanding how we can address the issues of HRM and public administration in the future. So I'm first going to briefly discuss some of the existential threats that face public administration globally, then look at some defining traits in terms of wicked problems, then explore how this is being addressed by bodies such as the OECD, as well as individual nations, to spot some links and similarities, and I think there are many similarities, and we need to build on those similarities. And then briefly discuss how and why an approach to dealing with these issues needs bureaucracy. There was a book that goes back nearly 40 years called In Defense of Bureaucracy, and I think all of us in the public sector need to remind ourselves why we're here and what it is we do, and how good governance depends on good government. In the time available, I obviously cannot do justice to all of these points, but want to draw your attention to them, and perhaps we'll come back to some of them in the panels, and I certainly hope we will. I was pleased to see that Daniel Gerson of OECD is listed to attend, and I'll be referring to some of his work and trying to link it into some of the wider issues. So this is a shout out for the work of the OECD, which I'll come back to in a minute when I've looked at some of the other issues involved. Firstly, threats. The late US academic Don K. Price referred to public administration as the seamy side of politics. By this, he meant it's what makes things happen. We see this referred to time and again in different ways, and we look at it through the exploration of the link between senior public servants, in different countries and the politicians in those countries. The political bureaucratic nexus. What the elected or appointed politicians are responsible for, according to the textbooks, is strategic control and planning, and public officials are responsible for delivery. Except, of course, all of us in this room and much wider know it's far more complicated than that. Especially if we factor into the discussion different notions of democracy, there is no one accepted definition, and definitions of accountability, to whom, what, and how are we accountable, and in what way. And that is before we get into thinking about public value, public efficiency, value added, and positive impacts. All things that challenge public services globally and call for innovative solutions. So what are the threats that public service needs to address? And to follow on from something Professor Pan has just said, context is everything. Context of history, geography, time, politics, culture, and so forth. Let's take climate change, which is seen as one of the existential threats of our time. Climate change and environmental degradation in many of their forms. We must ask ourselves, do we have the technology, globally and as individual countries, to ensure the goal to achieve, for example, zero emissions, and to make sure that if we do that, it doesn't exacerbate poverty? In a world where energy resources are scarcer, it is the poor who will suffer if we do not pay more careful attention to how we deliver this amongst several sustainable development goals. The end of globalization, or at least the most recent phase of globalization. There have been many phases. The issue here is the realization by many countries that the interdependency of economies in terms of food and energy has made them vulnerable to all kinds of threats. And the most recent threats, COVID-19, of course, and the war in Europe, show very clearly how interdependent we've become through globalization and the move now to come away from that. But if we're interdependent and then we move away from that interdependence, there will be as yet unforeseen consequences. Inflation. Uncontrolled inflation destroys economies, ruins societies, and topples regimes and governments. And yet we see it roaring back in many countries, partly as a result of central bank procedures to deal with the issues of COVID-19. Large-scale migration. It's not going to end all the time. There are areas of the world suffering war, drought, or with failing economies. Loss of faith by the general population in their government and in experts. This varies across the world, but research suggests that in many countries this loss of faith, or respect, or deference is rising. And it means that collective actions to address these issues is itself under threat. Wicked issues or problems. I'm not going to read out all of these. They're there for you simply to look at, but also they'll be available afterwards, so I'm going to talk around them. Now, in this section, I'm borrowing heavily from the work of the Australian academics Brian Head and John Alford, as well as the American Public Service Commission. And with the Deputy Commissioner here, I hope I get it accurate. The wicked problem discourse emerged in the 1970s. And from the critique of the existing rational techniques and the public policy techniques from mainly US universities as to how we make policy and how we understand making policy. And these critiques were clearly not wrong, but insufficient. They didn't give us help in understanding how to make policy when they insisted on rational, absolute knowledge on goal clarity, coordination and performance information. They also neglected the lived experience and perspective of different stakeholders and service providers. And we see how this evolved over time to make some glaring errors in the era of new public management when decisions that were found to work in, for example, Chicago, failed dismally in the post-Soviet era or in parts of sub-Saharan Africa and actually made things worse. Now, the best-known critique was by Rittel and Weber, Dilemmas in a General Theory of Planning. And you can see through this slide, which I'm not going to talk through, they claimed that modern social problems are generally ill-defined and rely on political judgments rather than scientific certitudes. In this sense, most major public policy problems are wicked. They're almost impossible to solve, because they're almost impossible if we take this definition to define. Now, it's interesting that this was written over 50 years ago, and that as academics and public servants, we're still discussing similar things. We're trying to address problems via recruitment and training of staff and delivering policies. But there has been some progress. Brittle and Weber identified 10 characteristics which are there. And it's got quite a disheartening list, especially if we think that if they're right, then we're never going to be able to define anything, let alone solve it. So Brian Head and John Alford took this in recent years, along with work by the Australian Public Service Commission, to say, okay, we're not just going to accept these things can't be done. We accept the critique of the old-fashioned way of defining policy in universities, but that's a failure of universities, not of the public service. How can we evolve a way to make the public service actually do something based on research? And again, the characteristics by Alford and Head, which I list there, and I'm not going to go through in detail because you will have them. When you get to the end of this list, you will see that these early attempts at definition were not helpful, but attempts by Head and Alford are attempts to say, well, how do we live in the real world? The real world is full of all kinds of terrible dilemmas. Let's have a look at the big picture. Let's stop trying to solve the low-hanging fruit, because we need to understand how things are interrelated. All of these problems, whether it's climate change, whether it's resource diminution, whether it's loss of energy, whether it's poverty, whatever it may be, all of these things are interrelated in many, many different ways. So these definitions and concepts were revisited. And essentially, as the Australian researchers argue, even with something as apparently obvious a difficulty and wicked issue as climate change, which is actually hugely scientifically complex and unpredictable in terms of social and political ramifications, we still need to identify the different stakeholders. And when we start to do this, we can identify how to make policies to recruit and train people to deal with these difficult issues. So what ought we to do as public servants? Well, we need to be holistic, not partial. We need to have no linear thinking. And I take this from the Australian Public Service Commission. There's a danger in handling wicked issues if they are handled too narrowly. We need to be flexible in our thinking. And if we set up a ministry or an agency to handle particular issues, be aware that it is likely to lapse into silo thinking. We need to ensure, therefore, that there's a continuation of flexibility and break down these silos, build teams of thinking. So increase understanding and stimulating a debate on the application of different frameworks, different techniques, different ways of dealing with these problems. We can go on to see that the most recent work of the OECD on leadership also requires leadership capabilities, that is, skills, competencies, behaviors, and styles that are necessary to respond to these complex policy issues. And that links in very nicely with the work that's being done elsewhere. In Korea, as Professor Pan's talk just pointed out, as Professor Kim's talk just pointed out, but also the work in Australia, the work of United Nations, and many other countries which are wrestling with these issues and have decided that with limited resources, we need to rethink how we recruit and train our public servants. And the OECD research also has identified various common leadership capabilities. And despite a wide variation in topics and national context, they've argued for values-based leadership, open inclusion, organized stewardship, and networked collaboration. And they've argued for senior civil service jobs should identify leadership capabilities and appropriate ways in which you can train people to acquire skills which are transferable. There needs to be a selection and appointment mechanism which should be appropriate to the position. Now, this is very similar to work that's been carried out in the last 2 to 3 years in the UK Cabinet Office, where the UK has decided instead of having 75 or 80 different skills that overlap and measure, we need to look at just 4 or 5 core skills, which we can then see you can feed into different kinds of working for development of senior civil servants. To understand the foundations of public administration. By that, what do we mean to do? What are we trying to do? What are the basic issues around which we need to build our civil service? And this leads into my final comment. I have 8 seconds. There was a recent book called How to Make an Entrepreneurial State, Why Innovation Needs Bureaucracy, by Rainer Kattel, Wolfgang Dreschler, and Erkki Karo. And they explore many of these issues, and they discuss the problem of dealing with change, both technological and societal, from a variety of perspectives. And they argue that much of the changes that we've implemented in terms of new public management have taken out of public management the ability to actually deliver the change that we're looking for, because we've privatized out, we've hived out those kinds of innovative skills. And what they argue is that, one and the same time, and existing bureaucracies, we need an attention to continuity, the cultural background, the cultural history, the societal and traditional ways of working, with change. For that, we often need to bring in people from outside of the public sector, in order to be innovative and to show us the dynamic change that can be developed. Now, as I said, there's no way I could go into the detail of all these points, but I'm hoping that I've introduced some aspects that we could look at in the panels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Andrew Massey, for sharing your insights with us. Well, from the existing threats to why dealing with this matters needs bureaucracy, Professor have shared a diverse insights with us in various fields. Well, the ACCSM's cooperation with the +3 countries have started in the year of 2008. And we now join hands in order to fully implement the 2021 to 2025 ACCSM+3 work plan. Well, as we have gathered here today, despite of all the difficulties, let us use the given time wisely and have fruitful discussions together. Well, as you can see, we are changing the setting on stage in order to start the session number 1. So, as we are having our room ready, I kindly ask all the participants to wait for us while seated. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please patiently wait for us as we are to get the room prepared to start the first session. For the time being, why don't we take a break for maybe about 5 minutes and then come back to the room for the session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're now ready to start the first session of the conference. So it would be appreciated if we all enter the room and be seated. Okay, with that, why don't we start the first session of the conference? This session, the first session of ACCSM+3 International Conference, we'll be talking about the forward-looking government personnel administration, public demand, and innovative practices. Kim Sung-hoon, the Director General of the Personnel Management Innovation Bureau of Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea, will give the first presentation under the theme of Basic Plans to Foster the Innovation and the Civil Service. As you are aware of, in the first session, we are to first have some of the speeches, and afterwards we're going to welcome the panelists as well as the speakers of the first session and the moderator to join us on stage to have a fruitful discussion. So maybe after all the presentation, as we welcome all the guests to join us on stage, that might be a great time for us to have the in-depth discussion with the floor as well. So if you have any burning questions that you will have to ask, please hold them until the end of the session. And as we welcome all the panelists and all the guests joining us on stage, it would be the appropriate time to ask your questions. And with the first session, we are to continue the second session in the afternoon. In the afternoon, we are to have the second session, and also the joint study research presentations will be held afterwards. So we have diverse program prepared for you today. So I know that it's from the early morning till the afternoon, but I hope that it would be appreciated if you follow with us until the very end of the program. And with that, I would like to now welcome Director General Kim Sung-hoon to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 안녕하십니까? 인사혁신처.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Director General Kim Sung-hoon of Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea. It's a great honor for me to be here as the first presenter of the first session. Today, I would like to talk about basic plan to foster innovation in civil service that has been recently announced by the Korean government. First, table of contents. I will talk about the background and need for innovation and actions taken and survey results, future direction and strategies, followed by core tasks in 8 areas. First, let me talk about the reason why we established the basic plan for innovation in civil services. The administrative environment is changing very rapidly, and COVID-19 pandemic has brought in the era of new normal. AI, fourth industrial revolution, is becoming a predominant force in our lives, and environmental pollution and climate change are accelerating the speed of change. It's becoming increasingly difficult to predict the future, and we need to have administrative strategies that is very active. Now, the emergence of millennial generations. In Korea, competition rate for civil service exam for entry-level civil service has been reduced by half compared to the previous decade, and number of civil servants who quit within 5 years of employment compared to 2017 has doubled in 2021. And quiet quitting, which is a global phenomena of people only doing the work given during only the fixed working hours, is expanding around the world. And millennial generations focus on personal growth, communication, and fairness, and they're bringing us new changes in civil service areas. And the people have very high expectations of the government. According to a research result, the people want the government to take bigger responsibility in inflation control, industrial support, and healthcare services. Therefore, the people are looking for highly competent and skilled government that can resolve various problems they face in their daily lives. Next, I'll talk about the actions taken and the results of the surveys that we have carried out. To identify the areas of improvement, we have interviewed 27,000 public servants and the Korean people. We have carried out surveys and in-depth research interviews. And we got various feedback. And we also interviewed members of the press and private sector workers who are in charge of government affairs, who can easily become highly critical of civil servants. In July of this year, we also launched the Civil Service Innovation Advisory Board and carried out several meetings to enhance our basic plan. After collecting the feedback for 2 months, we have realized that people have especially negative ideas or stance against the civil service, and they think civil service is highly vertical, conservative, and rigidity, and people were especially skeptical about lack of fairness in promotion and compensation, and lack of internal communication, and rigid report and decision-making procedure. Let me now talk about directions for innovation. We are now going to transform system-oriented innovation into talent-oriented innovation, and we are going to move away from supplier-based overly excessive regulation to people-first culture and proactive deregulation. And we are going to promote autonomous and horizontal culture and create a virtuous cycle in which high-performing civil servants get more recognition. I would like to talk about 3 basic strategies for innovation. First, we are going to redefine ideal talent profile and establish civil servants' new identity through talent innovation. And second, we are going to carry out system innovation for improving the overall public personnel management system by strengthening government responsibility. Last but not least, we are going to identify innovation indices to have an accurate understanding of level of civil service of central government and expand that to local governments and other public agencies. Let me now talk about the core tasks in 8 areas that will be implemented based on the 3 aforementioned strategies. First, we are going to redefine ideal talent in civil service. Cultures are created by people, so talent innovation is where the civil service innovation begins. We need to redefine the set of ideas, attitude, capabilities that civil servants must have. We are going to refer to the success cases of private sector, government sector, and redefine the talent management system for civil service and establish that based on ideal profile of civil servants. And second, we are going to recruit civil servants based on ideal talent profile, so that we are going to improve the way we interview the candidates. And when people are advanced into management positions, we are going to look at the ideal talent profile. And in order to recruit the highly capable civil servants, we are going to change and improve the way we carry out open recruitment Third, we are going to provide education that aims to nurture ideal talent and help civil servants develop communication skills. We are going to reflect ideal talent and develop educational material that include theories and case studies for interpersonal skills, such as listening, communication, coaching, feedback, and negotiation skills. And we are going to improve interpersonal skills for manager-level personnel so that they can be better prepared for communication with MZ generation employees. Fourth, we are going to establish fair evaluation and compensation schemes. Based on ideal talent, we are going to improve performance evaluation indicators for comprehensive evaluation of competency and skills. And we are going to adopt peer review, and that will be considered for performance-based payment. And civil servants who hold critically important jobs or highly complicated jobs will be rewarded with critical work payment to compensate for their higher performance and challenging work. Last but not least, introduce competition based on competency and skills without discrimination based on recruitment path or gender. Fifth, we are going to introduce flexible and efficient work environment. By innovating the way we work, we are going to give autonomy to the agencies to identify areas of improvement, and we are going to expand remote working hours and locations so that people can also do remote working in study cafes on top of their homes and smart work centers. And we are going to offer pilot programs for flexible work arrangements. And we are going to establish annual leave targets for each organization and give break to civil servants so that they can have fully refreshing breaks. Sixth, we are going to strengthen government responsibility to enable civil servants to follow the right principles and work for national interest. And when civil servants are sued, we provide them with attorneys' fees so that they can actively engage in their work. We are going to expand the scope of support to cover not just the incumbent civil servants, but also retired civil servants. And we are going to protect civil servants who report irregularities related to work from any disadvantages in their personal or public lives by establishing the related laws. Seventh, we are going to assess the level of innovation in civil service and receive consultation. We are going to continue to establish the innovation indicators so that we can have accurate assessment of the level of civil service. Beginning next year, we are going to use these innovation indicators to assess the current level of agencies and provide consulting services to agencies that lack in certain areas. And we're going to have time series analysis for each agency every year. Last but not least, we are going to promote outcomes of innovation and foster innovation across all government and public agencies. And we are going to identify best practice cases and promote that through various mediums to create positive reputation and image of public service. And we are going to expand such cases to beyond central government to local government and all the public sectors, including other public agencies. So far, I've talked about the goals for basic plan for innovating civil service. And it's very clear. We have to promote national interest, practicality, fairness, and common sense. Ultimately, we have to create a country that takes a leap forward and a country of the people where all people prosper together. I know Korean cases cannot be applied immediately without change, but I hope it can offer some room for consideration. Thank you very much.
Kim Sung-hoon for sharing with us how innovation can take place in the civil service area. And we truly hope that this best case, as we share this best case with you, it would be helpful for other countries to also take this into a part. And now, moving on, Dr. Bima Haria Wibisana, the chairman of National Civil Service Agency of Republic of Indonesia, will give his speech under the theme of Forward-Looking Government Personnel Administration, Public Demand, and Innovative Practice. Please give him a big round of applause.
ministers, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for the current government for inviting us here at this international conference, and I would like to share some of the Indonesian experience on the bureaucratic reform, especially in personnel management. I would like to walk you through on my presentation by first showing that the profile of Indonesian bureaucracy. The civil servants of Indonesia is that of more than 4.3 million people. It's maybe almost 10 times of the Brunei population, only for the civil service. And we are among the few countries that have been blessed with the demographic bonus, and we have more millennials than the baby boomers and Generation X in the population and in the bureaucracy. 23% of the civil servers working for the central government, and the rest is working for the district and cities government. And we divide civil service into the civil servant and the government workers. Government workers is a new introduction to the civil service structure only 3 years ago, and it accounted for already 351,000 for the government workers. And there's more female civil servants than male civil servants in Indonesian bureaucracy. As we experienced together that Indonesia also experienced triple disruption. The Industry 4.0, the millennials entering the bureaucracy, because millennials kills everything. And this changed the business process very widely. And the last thing is the COVID-19 that speed up all the transformation of the government management. We have stages on how we are going to conduct our reform until 2025. And our vision is to have a world-class bureaucracy, and we are right now on the third phase of the reform to create the dynamic government. We started this one since 2004, and it will be continued to 2025. The system of the National Personnel Administration also include all the best practices of the governance 4.0. Talent management, flexible working arrangement, and we just invented this super application for many of the updating and the process of civil service management, also the capacity building and the working procedures. For the civil service digital management, we have 3 super apps. One is the information system for civil service. It included many lesser application and connected to most of the ministries, and also the super apps for the local government level to connect to the national system. And thirdly is super apps for the individual, because we understand that updating the data for 4.3 million people is not such an easy task. So we push the responsibility for updating the data to the individual civil servants. By that means the process of updating data will be very speedy and accurate. Since the pandemic, everything changed in our bureaucracy, especially in the personnel administration. The working arrangement. In the first 3 months of COVID-19, instantly all the ministries become very digital. And right now, most of the civil servants doesn't want to go back to the old system. They prefer to work from home or have the flexible working arrangement. And it's difficult to persuade them to walk to the office, especially for the millennials, because they think they are more productive working from home or in the cafe. You know, in 11 o'clock in the morning, all the cafe in Jakarta will be full with the millennials working working for their office and for their company. The interaction between workers also become a new experience for us, because there is no longer hierarchy exists. Usually we have the 5-level hierarchy from first echelon to 5th echelon. Right now we only have 2 because of the digital system. We cut off the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level of echelon. So right now there's only access to the 1st echelon and 2nd echelon in the bureaucracy. There's no more echelon under the 2nd echelon, and all the positions become a functional position. This is what we are thinking about our organization. Previously, we are using the rational hierarchical closed system organization since Weber's time maybe, and we think that the old system, the old hierarchical system, will not take all the advantage of the digital environment. So we would like to have a networking organization that can accept or utilize all the use of digital information, and we are going there slowly by cutting down the hierarchical level. And to make my presentation short, I would like to quote Mr. Jack Ma's statement. He is the founder of Alibaba. He gave this statement in his speech when he received his honorary PhD degree from the University of Hong Kong. He says that in the future, it's not about the competition of knowledge. It is a competition of creativity, competition of imagination, competition of learning, and competition of independent thinking. So I think it's not the strongest and the biggest that are winning in the digital competition, but the fastest and the most innovative one that are winning in the digital competition. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bima Haria Wibisana, for sharing with us the case or what's happening in the government of Republic of Indonesia. And now we move on to have Alini Tanawatsugasari, the Senior Advisor of Office of the Civil Service Commission of Kingdom of Thailand, to give the presentation under the theme of Public Demand and Innovative Practice. Let us welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, Minister, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alini. I'm from the Office of the Civil Service Commission, the Kingdom of Thailand. First of all, let me express my deepest condolences for those affected in the event happened a few days ago. And we do hope that the spirit of Korea will help them regain to their normal stage pretty soon. Thank you so much for today that I have this opportunity to present about Thailand, about our public personnel management in Thailand. For my presentation, I will talk about 5 topics. First is about the challenges in current civil service administration in Thailand, the implications and opportunities that we face, and we translate the challenges that we have into opportunities, the reform efforts that Thailand is doing, and how we redesign or think about the future of our HRM and HRD, and finally about the initiatives that we are doing now. For the challenges, Thailand is no exception. We face the same challenges as you do, every country does in the VUCA world. For Thailand, we also have the problem with aging society. We entered the stage of aging society since 2005, and in these few years, we will be in a very super age societies. And this poses a problem for us because it's coupled with many other things like post-pandemic COVID-19. We have the problems of the recession, of the inflation. We have the problem of the political instability, and also the disruption from the digital technologies that we need to digitize our data from analog into digital based, and also to transform our government into digital government. With these requirements that we really need to have new recruits, new talented, new skills, new competencies that we can be able to face or to cope up with the challenges that are coming today. We have the aging societies. In our system, in our public personnel workforce, we also have the problem that about 40% of all personnel aged more than 45 years old, which is kind of very serious. And about 20% of them will be retiring in 10 years. That means that we have to change our workforce. And at the same time, the new generation, the young talent in Thailand, they are less keen to work for the public government. That's really our challenge. We also have the challenge of generation gap. How we gonna introduce the public policy, or public personnel policy that we can integrate and utilize them the most. This is the challenge that we are facing. From these challenges, we think that they have the implications and opportunities for us. We have the implication and the opportunity that we have to revise our way of work, how we gonna serve our public service, our public demand. We have to rethink about the way we manage our people. From hire to retire, we still so far lifelong employment system. We have the chance and the opportunity to revisit the way we utilize their abilities and how we can make them updated competency that they can cope up with the future demands. And also, we use this opportunity to reform our HRM and HRD. For Thailand, Reform efforts start with the national strategy. Since 2017, we have the 70-year national strategies. Along with that, we translate it into 4 phases. The first phase we call National Reform Plan. And under this, according to meet the goals of the national strategies, which are public rebalancing and development is one of the 6 goals that we are emphasizing now. And this is the backbone of the public administration, whether we as the public service officers can deliver our service and efficient our management to meet the demand of the citizens and to well serve the citizen. As I said, that along with the national strategies, we have the national reform plan. And one of the 13 areas of reforms, we focus on government administration, under which we divide it into 5 key areas. The first is digital government. The second is structural and work processes. We deal with the role of the state and agency organizations. Third is about the workforce and HRM. We plan that we would like to have a flexible and efficient HRM. At the same time, we also have the ethical and competent workers in the public service management. The fourth area is about provincial and local administration. And the fifth area is procurement system. This comprises the government administration reform plan. From this concept, in terms of HRM, we redesign our HR system. We view it in 2 perspectives. First is HRM, and then HRD. For HRM, the main concept that we introduce and we are working now, 3 areas. The first thing is that size and cost. Thailand has problem that the size of the public service is big compared to the cost that we have about 40% of our annual budget for the personnel expenditure, which is very high. How we gonna get the optimum size of the public service and also good expenditure and good salary for our public service officers. The second theme of the concept that we are introducing now, we revisit our core value of merit-based principle in our HRM. Previously, we are concerned with the lifelong employment, security, equality, competence. But now we are changing and we are learning from that we need to have the efficient, effectiveness, transparency, and all the good governance concepts, including how to make our public service becomes ethical and upholds the integrity concept. The third HRM concept that we embrace now is about the employee experience. We learned that new generation put more emphasis on values of work, and this is the thing that we are working on. For HRD, we also have 3 main concepts. We try to upskill and reskill to the new, our current workforce, because we would like them to have the future-ready competencies. We build up the leadership pipelines. We encourage to have leaders not only at the top levels, but every level in the organization. And lastly, we embrace the lifelong learning concept for our workers. Finally, may I share our initiatives that we are working on now. Just last month in October, we have a new law coming out. We call it electronic administration law, which is coupled with our new work arrangement, new way of work arrangement that get approval from the cabinet. We would like our public service to be flexible, agile, and better serve our public demand and better serve our citizens. We can have a 24 hours service delivery, 7 days. At the same time, our workforce also have the good quality of work life. They can rearrange or they can plan their own, and with the concept that how we're gonna make the high-performing public service. That's the thing that we are doing it now. The next area initiative that we do is that we introduce HR regulatory sandbox. Normally, our personnel system, public personnel system, used for all departments in organization in the Thai civil service. But now, any departments that have initiative, they can come to us and introduce and trial and error. We let them trial for a certain period, maybe 1 or 2 years. And if it works well, we can introduce to other departments as well. This is the thing that we introduce it now. And lastly, we are working on the forms of new forms of employment. Rather than have the lifetime employment or the contract-based only, we will introduce other forms like lateral entry or certain period civil servants, which is the new concept that we are introducing it now. And that's in my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Advisor Ailini Tanawatsugasari, for sharing with us the public demand as well as the innovative practices of the Kingdom of Thailand. And now, Mastura Manap, the Deputy Director for Workforce Development, Public Service Division of Republic of Singapore, will give her presentation on the building of future-ready Singapore public service. Let's welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, His Excellency, ministers, and friends and members of the delegation. My name is Mas, and I'm from Singapore. Firstly, I would like to welcome everyone by saying a big and warm Annyeong Haseyo. Thank you. On behalf of Singapore, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting us to this beautiful city and inviting this small city-state to share our experiences in innovating HR practices in the public service. So the title of my presentation today is Building a Future-Ready Public Service. Broadly, my presentation will cover 3 parts. In the first section, I will share about the operating challenges and context that we face, and what is Singapore's response, i.e. The competency-based HR system. In the last 2 sections, I will then cover how a competency-based HR system helps individuals to become better at doing their work, and how competency-based HR can also help organizations to do better strategic workforce planning. So before I start, let me just give you a broad overview of the Singapore Public Service. The Singapore Public Service employs some 153,000 officers across 16 ministries and over 50 stat boards. So all in all, this forms some 6.5% of our resident labor force. So as you have heard, right, I think Miss Ailini was speaking about aging challenges in Thailand. And Dr. Bima, you were talking about how millennials are working in cafes in Indonesia. Similarly, in Singapore, I think we are facing the same workforce challenges. In particular, there are 2 trends that are affecting us. On one hand, we see tighter workforce constraints, precisely because of a shrinking workforce. In Singapore, 1 in 4 Singaporeans will be aged 65 and above in 2030, and that will be double of today. On the other hand, similar to all of my friends here, I think Singapore also faces rising competition for talent, particularly IT talent, and now we are also seeing the rise of sustainability experts. I think that was something that Prof. Andrew alluded to. On the other side, we are also seeing changing workforce profiles, right? So we do have our millennials with changing aspirations, right? They want to work with a purpose in mind, and they want more flexible arrangements. At the same time, because of our aging workforce, right? We do see more mature workers coming into retirement. And I think in Singapore, we talk about productive longevity. How is it that we can sustain meaningful careers even as we reach our later years and work longer and live longer? So these are just some of the challenges that Singapore is faced with in the Singapore Public Service. So amid the changes in our operating context, even through COVID, we conducted a fundamental review of our HR system, precisely because we recognize that there's a need to address the rising complexity, volatility, and scarcity that is facing all of us. And in this system, we were guided by this vision of coming up with a clear language of defining skills and competencies so that we can achieve these three goals. First, to have clarity in the job requirements, right? Across the HR function, across the 153,000 wide public service. At the same time, we wanted a common language so that it will help us to become more agile, to respond to changes in the business environment, right? Which is disrupted by digitalization and more global public health risk. And at the same time, it was also important to us to grant agency to individual officers so that they can better chart their career development and sort of take up the relevant developmental opportunities. So these are our guiding principles. And this is why in Singapore, we are shifting towards a competency-based HR system. We have decided on this shift. So some of you may ask me, what are competencies, right? Competencies are basically observable behaviors. I think it's not foreign to you. And what we hope to do is that it helps individual officers like myself become more effective in my work because I understand what's required of my job. And at the organizational level, right, it helps organizations to better plan for their workforce to meet ever-changing business needs. And it influences all aspects of HRM and HRD, right? So we see that in how we try to improve the recruitment of officers based on competencies. And after we recruit them, we also use competencies to better assess the performance of our officers and decide on promotions so that we pick the best person for the job. But it's not just about HR management and performance management. We also use competencies as a tool for growth and development. And this informs how we develop our training and development programs for officers, and also how we identify talent, emerging talent, and groom them as leaders in the public service. So let me go in depth into how we see competencies and how we operationalize competencies in the Singapore Public Service. This system is built on three types of competencies that you see in this slide. What we call core competencies as a base for everyone in the Singapore Public Service. And we also recognize the need for functional competencies as we become experts in domains like finance and procurement and even HR. And we also pay special attention to the leaders, right, by articulating what are leadership competencies. So in my in subsequent slides, I'll be going in depth and sharing a little bit more about what we mean by each of these three types of competencies. So, if you look at this image, this was something that the Singapore Public Service rolled out in 2020 in the heart of the pandemic. We wanted to continue to transform and innovate. And if you see this image of a running man, right, holding an Olympic torch, that is the image that all Singapore public service officers ascribe to. And this is what we call our core competencies. So in this framework, OCC, we have 6 critical baseline competencies that all public officers are expected to have. So we have the head, making the call, right? Exercising judgment. We also place emphasis on the heart, serving with commitment and purpose, as some of my other members have articulated. But at the same time, I think last mile implementation is something that we place emphasis on. So there's the hands aspect, which is getting things done. And there are 2 levels to this. How we work as one public service, and at the same time as one public service, how we partner with citizens and stakeholders to collaborate. And finally, it's always resting on one of the values of the Singapore Public Service is excellence. And we are never ever satisfied with the current state. We continuously want to innovate and improve. And that's why we place emphasis on legs, propelling us forward. So it's about improving continuously. Even as we may make mistakes and learn from challenges, what we do is we keep learning and put those skills into action. Right? So those are our 6 core competencies. For supervisors, right, they have 2 additional core competencies that we spotlight on. And these are the importance of stewarding systems for change. And I think in line with the principles of HR, we want to groom our supervisors, right, to be able to grow, inspire, and care for their staff, especially as mental wellness is an issue that is becoming increasingly important. So let me move on to the second set of competencies. On top of the baseline, our core competencies, we also recognize the need for officers to gain expertise in deep functional areas. So some examples of these deep functional areas would be service delivery, right? IT, finance and procurement, HR, public communications, and even citizen engagement. So back in 2018, the Singapore Public Service actually has set up this framework called the Functional Leadership Framework, where we will appoint agencies to become functional leaders, right, so that they can help to set strategic goals for these strategic functions. So you see this house, the pillar, right? There are 5 aspects here. So apart from defining strategic goals, functional leaders in the public service also look at driving workforce excellence. So for example, as a HR officer, right, in the public service division, I have certain functional competencies that I need to be proficient in. For example, strategic workforce planning and other HR management competencies. So this is another layer, and it's to elevate the skill sets of our officers specializing in specific areas so that they can become better at their jobs. On top of core competencies and functional competencies, we also have leadership competencies because of the importance of leaders in this ever-changing operating climate to be able to steer, navigate, and inspire. And under the leadership competency framework, we have 5 aspects, but if I could just take you through, it's not just about the emphasis on how you become proficient at the role. There's also emphasis on how we build up people culture, how we manage stakeholders, and there's also an introspection. If you look at number 4 and 5, particularly my favorite, how leaders self-manage. And there's also a spotlight on red flags. This is not to discourage our leaders, but rather to point out what might be some of the derailers that prevent them from becoming effective leaders. And we have a conversation about it, because leadership is a personal exercise. So far, I've been speaking about the importance of competencies in helping individual officers to become better at their work, right? But at the same time, now I'm going to share about how competencies are important in helping organizations, right, to build up a future-ready workforce. And there are 3 parts to this. It's about projecting, right? What are your business needs? And what's the future workforce that you need? And once you have clarity on that, how you plan ahead. And then third, how we implement programs to help prepare our workforce, right, to meet those business needs. So my subsequent slides will go into each section in depth. On the first part, under projecting a future-ready workforce, I believe earlier, Prof. Andrew and Prof. Kim, you talk about context, right? And Prof. Andrew, you spoke about the importance of climate change, and that's an all-encompassing trend that's facing all of us. So in Singapore, we are seeing the same. And when we look at the emerging business needs, we realize that there are two themes coming up. On one hand, we have emerging areas. So sustainability is one of them. There's emphasis on the need to future-proof our infrastructures and our social systems in order to prepare for possibly future shocks due to COVID or due to climate change. We are also seeing, as you would know, the importance of digital skills. Digitalization is affecting our workforce. In particular, in Singapore, we are seeing a shortage of IT talent. And we know that we need IT talent in order to be able to translate, right, what we need through technology so that we can maximize our productive workforce. So that's another area. And as I shared earlier, coming from the city-state of Singapore, we are faced with increasing social needs, one of which is the aging population. So as social needs increase, right, there's a greater need for the public service workforce to optimize various social services so that we wrap our services around citizens. So that's another trend that we are seeing. So that's one side, what we call emerging areas that we expect to see workforce growth. Then on the other side, we do see areas facing disruption. As I've mentioned earlier, digitalization is disrupting our work. There's a need for us to be more digitally savvy, but we also see the advent of what we call at-risk workforce, where their skills may become increasingly redundant, and there's a need to prepare them ahead to pivot, to retrain, so that they can be redeployed to areas of need. And some examples of these functions would be those in the frontline service delivery. As our services get more digitalized, there's a need, there may be a less need for some of these functions. So now that we know what are some of the emerging business needs and what are the disrupted business needs, what is our strategy to plan ahead for the future-ready workforce? So there are three parts to this. I think recruitment is one of them. We recruit officers based on the competencies that we see we need. So I think we are looking for officers who have what I call green skills, the ability to understand climate change, navigate the international landscape, and help Singapore and the rest of the country, the rest of the world achieve net zero targets. But that's sort of the easier part, right? But amidst a scarce talent market, I think there's a greater impetus on the Singapore Public Service to upskill and reskill the existing workforce. And I'll elaborate that in my next few slides. So upskilling is important because we see some of these emerging needs, and there's a need to uplift the capabilities of our officers to be able to respond to them. And in Singapore, we offer a suite of programs, right? I think classroom training is one, but as you know, classroom training only offers 10% of whatever you learn. In fact, much of the learning, we are placing more emphasis on social learning and gaining networks and lenses outside of the public service, which is why if you look at the developmental opportunities, these are some of the examples of private sector partners that we collaborate and develop attachment programs with. And we send our officers out there, right, to learn from this, to learn from these organizations, come back, not just with knowledge of what the real world might look like out there, but also with the networks so that they can become better public officers and develop better programs for citizens and businesses and stakeholders. At the same time, we also have some 350 career coaches that our public service officers can approach beyond their supervisors to ask for advice on career development. So I go a little bit in depth into some of our developmental opportunities. So we know there's a cost to upskilling, right? We have a suite of programs here ranging from long-term structured job rotations on the extreme right, where officers are seconded to external organizations for a period of 2 years. But we've also learned that there's a need to curate shorter developmental programs, what we call short-term immersion program, STIPs, or gig work. So by curating this series of long-term and short-term opportunities, we hope that our officers take up the opportunity and sort of upskill themselves by going for some of these opportunities externally or even across the public service. So I've spoken about the developmental opportunities and programs that we have for officers to upskill in emerging areas. For officers who are in disrupted areas, right, we have to prepare them for career transition. So some of the examples of programs that we have include the Transition Support Program, where officers are prepared by upskilling in very basic skills like basic Excel courses or even effective communications so that they are able to better pivot to new areas of need. At the same time, we also have in-service conversion program. For example, there are in-service conversion programs for officers to pivot to areas of need, for example, nursing and social work. And finally, to help these officers prepare ahead, there are also 6 months work attachment programs where they get attached to other organizations and pick up new skills so that they are better prepared for the next job. So with that, I've come to the end of my presentation. Let me just summarize again. There are 3 parts. I spoke about the importance of competency-based HR as a response to the VUCA operating climate and how through CBHR or competency-based HR system, we are able to help individuals, officers operate more effectively and organizations to plan ahead for a future-ready workforce. With that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Mastura Manap, for sharing the Singapore's case with us. We have listened to each cases of the countries, and now we're going to delve into the details by welcoming the panelists, the speakers of the first session, as well as our distinguished moderator joining us on stage for the discussion. So please join on stage as your name is called. First of all, we are to welcome Professor Choi Dong-ju, and also Director General Kim Sung-hoon, and Dr. Bima Haria Wibisana, Senior Advisor Alini Tanawatsugasari, and Deputy Director Mastura Manap, and the Head of Public Employment and Management Team of OECD, Daniel Gosson, and Professor Park Sung-min, and Dr. Mohammed Hafiz Haji Osman, as well as Professor Kim Tae-hee. Yes, with all the guests joining us on stage, I hope that we were going to have some meaningful conversations together. And of course, with all the guests, as I have mentioned, this might be the right time for the guests who are seated on the floor to ask their questions as well. And as you're aware of, we're providing the simultaneous interpretation, so please use the receivers to be with us. Channel number 1 is for Korean, and channel number 2 is for English. And as this session's discussion will be moderated by Professor Choi Dong-ju of School of Global Service of Sookmyung Women's University, I pass on the mic to the professor.
Good morning, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. I'm so delighted to have this seat as the chair of the session. in this meaningful, occasion of sharing experiences, knowledges, and value embedded in, progress of, norms and institutions of the HR capacity of the member countries today. As clock indicates, I'm jammed and I'm sandwiched. So you know how we need to rush. Before starting, I would like to introduce the distinct panelists. First of all, from my left-hand side, Mr. Daniel Gerson, Head of the Public Employment and Management Team, OECD Paris. Please give him a round of applause. And next to him, Professor Park Sung-min is the Professor of Department of Public Administration of Sungkyunkwan University, Seoul, Korea, and he's the key member of consultation body for Ministry of Personnel Management of Korea. And Mr. Mohammad Hafiz Haji Osman from Brunei, Darussalam. He's the Senior Management Service Officer at the Management Service Department of Prime Minister's Office. Welcome. And Professor Kim Tae-hee, Professor of Department of Public Administration of Seoul National University of Science and Technology. Please welcome her. As already informed, each panelist has 5 minutes to speak against the target, the presentations already done in front of our session, in the beginning of our session. Would you do first from Mr. Gerson? All right, go for that. Let me expect more show of time management for you guys.
Well, good morning, and thank you so much for this invitation for the OECD to be at this incredibly distinguished conference with these wonderful speakers. And thank you so much to give us the floor. I've been sitting listening to these 4 presentations from 4 really leading countries at the forefront of civil service reform in Asia, and it has been really striking to me how common the themes are that we're working on across the world. I have the privilege of working with OECD countries and non-members as well on these themes around public employment and management and civil service reform. And of course, I think one of the most striking moments is right now where we've all come out of this, or we're coming out of this COVID crisis, and we're all taking it upon ourselves to think deeply about what that really means for our public employment systems, for our public employees, in terms not only of how we as employers need to react, but how they need to think about their skills, their capabilities, and be able to use those to really deliver the services and policies that their citizens expect. And so the session, the concepts here of public demand and innovative practice are, I think, very much on point. And what I'd like to draw out is how these 2 elements are needed to now create an upward spiral, if you will. At the OECD, we've recently done a really interesting research project looking at trust in government. And what was really interesting about this particular approach is that we were able to, for the first time, really take apart this concept of trust, which is really hard and challenging to measure, and able to look at how this trust works between the citizens and different parts of the government institutions. And some of the good news is that we can look at how citizens trust the administration, separate from the elected government, the administration to deliver the kinds of services required. So that really gives us some insight into public demand. And what we've seen is that the public wants and will trust institutions that are able to provide them services that are competent, not so surprising. And that competence is measured in terms of their expectations for these services to be innovative. In other words, for the services to evolve and keep pace with the changing needs of the citizens, and for them to be responsive. And there we really think about the COVID crisis as a case in point. Responsive in terms of being able to meet the citizens where they are and being able to adjust to that particular need at that moment. But competence isn't the only element. The second really important element are the values, how the service is delivered. And there, three key words come out: integrity, transparency. Citizens want to know why a certain decision was reached. And also fairness. They want to know that they've been treated the same as others, and that they will be treated the same as others regardless of their status in society. And I think this helps to really frame the importance of what public administration can do to improve trust, to improve citizen expectations. And of course, there's a key link to human resource management here, because if we hire people with the right skills and competencies, and if that's perceived by society, if they think that the people who are delivering their services and designing their services are hired because they're excellent people with the right skills, the right competencies, the right training, the right experience, then they're probably going to trust them to deliver the things in the right place. But of course, it also provides us a certain view of the kinds of skills we should be investing in. And therefore, this concept of innovation is incredibly important, right? It really underlines the key to invest in skills that drive innovation. And I think a lot of the presentations that we saw here today emphasize that. I want to just make one little point, though. And we heard a lot about this war for talent, the challenge of attracting the right civil servants into the public administration, which is of course linked to people's perceptions of the public administration as a trustworthy place to work, and also their perceptions of the public service as an innovative place to work. So while we saw a lot of excellent presentations about identifying these challenges and investing in various different elements of innovation, whether that be digital, whether that be built from creating the right working environments, whether that's creating more flexibility in the working environments. We saw a lot of that. Part of the question is, how is this being communicated outward? Because my suspicion is that the public service in all of our countries can be a really great place to work for this new generation, who are looking for meaning in their work, who are looking for opportunities for growth and career development. What better place to work than the public service to work on meaningful projects, to grow in your career? But are we actually able, taking the steps needed to make this innovation that we're talking about seen by these public servants? Are we using this as an opportunity to rebrand the public service as the place to come to work in innovative ways to address public policy challenges? And if we can do that in a meaningful way, then I think we come a long way to addressing many of the challenges, because the more we are able to position the public service as the place to come and work in that sense, the more attractive we become and the more powerful and strengthening we are. So I want to leave with that and thank all of the speakers for an excellent set of presentations, and I'm really looking forward to continuing this conversation over the course of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Gerson, for your clear checking of key inventory of newly investment was needed. Then some target points that we need to invest in HR capacity in the future. And then Professor Park Sung-min, would you go for the next discussion?
Yes, I truly enjoyed the 4 presentations this session. So the main title and the main theme of this session is about forward-looking government innovation. But I think on the other hand, we also have to think over the backward mapping strategies as well. What I mean here is there are 2 ways of strategies. The first one is moving forward. The other one is backward mapping. So I think it's a very critical junction and critical point or critical time for us to revisit where we are or where as it is. So I think we have to revisit some important issues, such as what we have done and what kind of things are successful and what kind of things are failed cases. So we have to incorporate so many things to analyze the gap between the as is and to be. So I think this is a very important issue, at least from my perspective. For example, we can adopt the SWOT analysis, past analysis, or gap analysis, all of which are analyzing the important issues with a backward mapping perspective. And the second thing is I really want to emphasize the issues of SDG and ESG. Well, many people argue that the SDG and ESG values are way much far from the HRM or HRD. But I think we can make a strong connection between SDG, ESG, and HRM, which means we have very, very circling and very interactive relationship between SDG and ESG and HRM. So I'm strongly propose that, yes, it's the right time for us to incorporate the values of ESG, environmental, social, and governance, and sustainable developing goals as well. The last and not the least, I think it's very important for us to revisit the importance of behaviors of the employees, where the many presenters actually propose that cultural changes, structural changes are very critical, but the thing is, the backbone, underlying values of innovation is to be a behavioral change. So we have to really focus on the individual behavior, and what is best way to change our employees' behavior is really critical. So I strongly propose again that we have to zoom in on the issues of behavioral changes. Maybe it include a kind of organizational behaviors as well. So I think all things about my suggestion. I really truly enjoyed the presentations, and I really honored to be a discussant on this session 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time management. Mr. Osman, would you go for the next discussion?
Thank you. Based from today's session, we can identify there's 2 main areas, which is there is a need to have an innovation ecosystem, as well as there is a need to have a diagnostic tool to identify the needs of the public. So with the rapid globalization and technological advancements that have altered the way people and government interact with one another and have forced governments to be adaptive towards increasing public demand in order to maintain high standards of governance, this is to ensure that the trust and confidence between stakeholders can be built through transparency and accountability. Thus, it is crucial to facilitate active and effective participation with stakeholders and be agile and innovative in order to meet public demands and expectations. To inculcate and promote innovation, there is a need to adopt a systems approach to create a fluid, agile, adaptable government and human resource that encompass 4 main areas. Vision, the destination itself, where there is a need to set clear vision and objectives and aligning these visions with the national vision, establishing and aligning set visions with the national vision or synergy, and stakeholders customer-centric approach and establishing stakeholders engagement to get feedbacks to meet the needs and the satisfaction of the customers. The second one is the process where there is a focus on the destination rather than as well as enjoying the journey, where there is a need to identify new opportunities to meet ever-changing demands, improve and streamline back-end processes to facilitate manual to digital transition, reviewing and formulating laws, policies, rules, and regulations to accommodate digital transformation landscape, internal and external synergy and collaboration between whole of government, whole of nation, as well as whole of region between the government, industry, and society, inculcating an innovation culture that is agile and dynamic as well as adaptable to change to promote continuous improvement and development, and lastly, acceptance of new working norms and to rethink of organizational structure. The second point is, the third point is people who are in the car with us within the journey. Emphasis on leadership 4.0 with strong transformational leadership and drive, holistic human resource planning to current and future workforce to accommodate digital transformation and its new job market, effective human resource management to ease the transition towards a digitally transformed government, industry, and society, and designing a future-ready and industry-ready competency programs through cross-cultural collaboration, cross-sectoral collaborations, and establish adaptable and dynamic human resource development programs or competency framework to reskill and upskill current workforce and create an agile and future-ready workforce with an emphasis on innovation. And lastly, it's the new service delivery that is required by the people or the destination itself, where there is the need for transformation towards automation and consolidated online services with seamless data transfer and data sharing, utilization of new media, reviewing, set and meet clients' charter, and to implement feedback mechanisms through stakeholders' engagement to review customer satisfaction. Secondly, there is a need to have a diagnostic tool to use to assess the health of an organization and to prescribe recommendations for areas for improvements that acts as a check and balance of organizations to ensure public demands are met and organizational improvements are dynamic and continuous. In conclusion, human resource is the most valuable capital. Therefore, it is crucial to ensure that the workforce stay relevant by being innovative and having the right skills to meet future demands, as well as adaptive to any disruptive global trends. Skilled, adaptable, and innovative people with the right mentality will also lead to generation of well-equipped and future-ready talents that can capture more opportunities and contribute to the country's development. Finally, I would like to thank and congratulate the Korean Ministry of Personnel Management in the success of today's event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Kim Tae-hee, would you go for that?
Can you hear me well? I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this great conference, and then in particular, a part of this great panel. So thank you so much for that. Personally, I found Mrs. Manop, is it right pronunciation? Okay. Your presentation was really intriguing and informative to me because like a month ago, I got a chance to work with my colleague on a project which tried to identify the core competency for local government. And then we were trying to locate best practices, and then I was like, okay, this is the one, so I need to share with my colleague right away. Our government also has made similar efforts as one of the main HR reform strategy. So the first competency model was employed in 1990, but at the time it was done with the collaborative research with the private entity. But after that, we have made so many revision and then consultation with the HR expert and then their own employee. So in 2001, we could make the government standard competency dictionary for the first time. And then it has been used as a reference for developing competency of general civil servant as well as the senior officer. And then in particular, with the implementation of senior civil service later on, we have been actively employing this competency framework when we recruit them and then when we make a promotion decisions as well. So I was trying to share a PowerPoint slide which has more information about Korean government competency model, but I failed to meet the deadline for the submission. So I'm so sorry for that. But as for the senior civil service, we have 3 different competency groups, which include thinking, working, relating. And then as for the core competency, we include recognizing and understanding problems, strategic thinking, performance orientation, change management, customer orientation, coordination, and integration. So I believe that these competencies are very much similar to ones of your country. So, well, my final comments, given the limit of time, is that, well, updating the competency framework is really critical when we consider the changing governance challenges and needs. And then one of the discussion point about the importance of meeting citizens' expectation and earning more citizen trust. So in order to achieve that purpose, I believe that we need to have another opportunity where we can do some comparative analysis of our competency framework so that we can identify some rooms for improvement, and then eventually we can identify some ways to better use competency framework for training and improving our civil service competency eventually. So that's what I have in mind. And then one last comment, I should say a question for Mrs. Manup. So you point out the assessment of the leadership competency, right? So I just wonder how your government has assessed such leadership competency. So if you can share your experiences, then that's going to be really a great opportunity for everyone sitting in here to learn. So that's all I prepared. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time management. And Virush, however, I would like to have one or two, brief queries from the floor, if there is. I hope not. However, if there is, let us have. Our session is not in the context of argue something and counter-argue. It's not the way of doing. So there is one question targeting your presentation. Would you react for that? Then if there is any further, the ideas and reactions from the presenters, please do that, okay?
Thank you for that question and the opportunity to share a little bit more. But before I share directly, I just wanted to say that Singapore is still learning. I think it's a journey for us. I mean, by virtue of the design of the competency framework, what happens is that as your business needs change, you have to evolve your competencies. So it's that evolving cycle. I think back to your question on how we assess leadership or leaders in Singapore, I thought something that I really liked about our system and something that I just wanted to share is that we do this 360 degrees sort of feedback. So it's not a closed system. Leaders, they poll people whom they have worked with for feedback on how they have progressed and performed. And this poll is systematic and done, I think, independently by somebody else, so that the feedback that they get is a lot more wholesome, a lot more, probably more data points for them to work on. We'll be happy to share more separately, but yeah, just a very concise answer to that question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further reactions from the presenters? Yes, please.
Just want to comment a little bit on Daniel, comment on the why he thinks we have a similar problems and solution, all of us. ACCSM conduct a countless seminars, discussion, meeting every year. So we share our experience to one another and ask for the assistance, how you conduct things and how you solve things. So that's why we can use this information and bring back to our countries and do and implement to our problems. And that's why it seems like we have a strikingly similar problem solution, because we are working very close together.
Thank you.
For me, I feel that the competency issue is very important. And as Mas already mentioned, that when you talk about competency, you means that it's the behavior that people really act and show to the public, which to me, I think is related to the concept of trust that Mr. Daniel was talking about. Because in Thailand, I mean, let me explain more a bit about that. When we feel that the competency, we have the same concept, is the ethical, is the behavior, and to create trust, we need to focus on ethical behavior. And that's one of the main issues that we just have the ethical standards. According to the Constitution, we enacted a law called Ethical Standard Act that incorporates 7 values, core values that for public officers and also any other agency in the public sector is one of the theme that we would like to create trust in our public sector so that we can show that after they have the public can trust our workforce, our public personnel, our civil servants, then they will have the chance that to learn to work in the public sector. We have the problem that in our public sector now, our new generations are less keen to work for the public sector because we have the problem with pay. Our pay cannot compete with the private sector. But it's very important that they have the experience. They have the values that after they have chance or something that they can get involved in the public service and they do their job or perform their jobs and they feel the value. That will be the experience that they will realize how important the public sector to them. And this will be the thing that we hope that we can recruit the new talent into the public service later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't want to see guests from all over the world starving. And I don't want to swallow the lunchtime for your all guests. One point is that as the moderator of the session, I would like to suggest one thing. Basic element of HR capacity and global HRM at government level or corporate level, whatever it is, gender mainstreaming perspective must be included all the time. I haven't seen any points raised thus far. So second session, we do expect some basic element we need to check, like a class link and gender ratio must be checked. That's my hope. Thank you for your cooperation, thank you for your attention, and thank you for excellent presentation, and thank you for excellent reaction with time management. I would like to wrap up. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you very much. This is the end of the first session, and we kindly ask the participants on the stage to go back to your seats. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to thank once again our moderator, the panelists, and our eloquent speakers of the first sessions for joining us for this session. Well, this was quite meaningful in the way that we were able to look into the various responses of the government personnel administration. Thank you very much for the passionate discussion. And I know that we can stay up all night talking about this topic, but since it's time for lunch, let us have this conversation continued over separately during lunch. So as we break for lunch, we're going to start the second 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 곧 ACCSM+3 인사행정 국제 컨퍼런스 오후 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 코로나19 안전수칙에 따라서 행사 진행하는 동안에는 마스크를 계속해서 착용해 주실 것을 부탁드리겠습니다. 또한 며칠 전 있었던 이태원 사고와 관련해서 대한민국 정부는 국가 애도 기간을 지정한 바 오늘 행사는 차분하고 정숙하게 진행하고 있습니다. 이에 따라서 예정되어 있었던 문화 공연 역시 부득이하게 취소하게 되었음을 알려드립니다. 참석자분들의 양해를 부탁드립니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? The ACCSM+3 International Conference is about to begin, so may I ask all the participants to now take their seats. And with the authorities of the Republic of Korea declaring a national mourning period regarding the incident that happened in Itaewon last Saturday, please understand that we're trying to keep things very modest and calm today. And as this is the case, I'm sorry to inform you that the cultural performance as well has been cancelled. We truly ask for your understanding. As we are to begin, please take your seats. Thank you very much. ACCSM+3 International Conference on the Human Resource Management in the Public Sector. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to begin the second session of today's conference, entitled Challenges Ahead of Government Personnel Administration, Digital Transformation, and Intellectualization. To begin with, let us welcome Director David Beerfield from Office of Human Resource UNDP to deliver the presentation under the title of People for 2030, HR Transformation at UNDP. Let us welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all still awake after lunch. I'm going to hopefully keep you awake and tell you about the United Nations Development Programme's work in putting our people very much at the heart of everything we do through our transformation of HR programme called People for 2030. And this is very much linked to the organizational goals of our organization. It's anchored in our strategic plan covering this 4-year period. And the idea is that by building the skills and competencies we need, we as an organization will be better able to respond to the development challenges of the future. And you've heard this morning of what's happening in the public service, the challenges that we're facing, the problems that we're trying to solve together. And what we're trying to do here is to put all of those theories and concepts into practice in an organization comprising 22,000 people working as the UN's main development arm in 170 countries around the world, where your country, the Republic of Korea, is an extremely valued and important partner for us. Now, we're calling this a people strategy very deliberately, and we're very deliberately not calling it a human resources strategy. Because human resources strategies tend to be talking about procedures and processes, about the nuts and bolts and mechanics of what OHR, I think, too often was called in the past, which is administration. We believe that HR is a strategic function, and by calling this a people strategy, first of all, we're engaging our entire workforce in this program of transformation and firmly linking it to the business outcomes that we want to achieve as UNDP. And we believe that by re-articulating HR towards a people strategy and towards organizational outcomes, we actually get the senior leadership of our organization to buy in and support this whole program, which means it has much more impact than the process where simply human resources is talking largely to itself and people don't really see the benefits, which is why too often HR has been rather ignored instead of the very strategic function that it actually does. So we've been engaged in this process now since 2019. And UNDP faced a number of challenges some years ago and trying to reorient it, what it does to the new world of development. And it was clear to everyone that we needed to really transform our HR. And so what's really important, and you can see here what we focused on, is a couple of things. First of all, before we started on this program, we spent 6 or 7 months in a very, very comprehensive and deep diagnostic exercise in different formats, but really reaching right across our organization globally at all levels to understand what was wrong from the perspective of managers and our personnel at all levels. And that meant that when we put this new program, People for 2030, together, people actually reacted that finally somebody has actually understood the problem. And I think it's very important that we don't rush to implement measures before we've thoroughly understood the problems. The second is what we're trying to do here is not deal with superficial problems, but get to the root causes. We keep asking the question why and digging until we understand the fundamental drivers of what wasn't working in terms of the way that we managed people and what we needed to do differently. And secondly, or thirdly, it's really important, again picking up on what some of the speakers were saying this morning, that this is very much a holistic program. We believe that you can't deal with any of these problems in isolation. You will achieve a very superficial and temporary benefit. But if this can be described as a wicked problem, for example, then the solution has to be a holistic one. It's by understanding how all of these different elements you see here across our 9 focus areas are fundamentally interlinked. And by targeting our action at all of these different problems at source simultaneously, we believe that we're able to make a real step change in the way our organization works. And after the period of just over 2 years, we concluded the first phase of People for 2030, and we managed to really achieve some spectacular results. We have the highest ever levels of staff engagement in our organization at 83%. We had 90% of our staff saying that they are proud to work for our organization. And we've also been working very hard to actually deal with some of these very difficult problems. So for example, being able to attract in the right people. We invested a huge amount in creating a new employer brand for UNDP, really to have a compelling set of reasons why somebody should want to come and make their career with us, to join a community of purpose, to learn and develop and grow, and to engage in next generation thinking and innovation. We've been able to improve our recruitment practices. We've been able to really try and make huge steps to diversifying our workforce, because as a development organization, it's fundamentally important that we represent the diversity of society we serve. Now, I have a whole load of slides that I'm not going to go through here, but they're in the book for you to read, where you can see now for phase 2 of People for 2030, we've moved into this second phase, having achieved 95% of the outcomes we set for ourselves in phase 1. And these will guide us over the next period of 3.5 years across each of these areas. But what's perhaps more important is how we're going to achieve that change. And that's what I'd like to say a word about. Because what we want to do is to really make that change happen. And you've heard this morning about how COVID is changing the world of work fundamentally. I call it the great accelerator. And it's creating a new paradigm for the public service and a new paradigm for the way we manage people. And we have to attract a different group of people in if we're to remain able to compete. But it's not enough. Once you've got those people, if the promise isn't matched by the reality of people's experience, they will leave, or even worse, quietly quit. And that means we have to make that shift from the old command and control style of management to a much more empowered style of management, where we're encouraging people to innovate, to give their best, and learn continuously, to be creative, things that haven't traditionally been associated with the public service. And I would probably sum it up as saying that the public service everywhere is seen something like an oil tanker. We're good at plowing through heavy seas, being stable and keeping a course, but we're not very good at being agile. And in the future, I think we need to be much more of a speedboat than an oil tanker. And those are the kind of people we're going to need, and to manage them in a fundamentally different way. So we have a whole range of focus areas that you can look at afterwards. You can see the aims that we've set for ourselves across all of these different focus areas. We have a huge program of work, but to sum it up, what we're trying to do in the second phase is to now thoroughly implement the whole range of HR systems and policies and tools that we've built in phase 1 and started to implement. And the second is to reshape the culture in our organization through all of these actions. And we're trying to do that by sharing the accountability as well within our organization. And a key thing, an element of People for 2030, is that everybody has a stake in that process. And we have empowered and encouraged our 150 or so country offices around the world to inspire themselves from the principles set out in People for 2030 to actually localize those changes and innovate in the field of human resource management where they are. And we've actually been running some awards over the last 3 years for that. We've had almost 100 submissions and some fantastic examples of where our staff are taking these principles set out in our focus areas and adapting them and making them come real, come alive where they are. We have a network of 150 people champions globally who are our eyes and ears in our country offices, who are helping spread the message about people for 2030 and also feeding back how things are going on the ground and what concerns people might have. And we're trying to do that to really build this sense of community and common purpose around that. And also in terms of putting some clear metrics in place to be able to demonstrate, well, what is the impact and the outcome of all of these changes, and particularly when we want to see impact on things like organizational culture. It's very important to be able to have a clear set of metrics. And finally, I think that's what many public administrations struggle with, is how to manage change effectively. Too often, the implementation is what lets people down, or we encounter resistance in the organization. But it's really important, by following the principles of shared accountability, by having a very clear sense of purpose and communicating very regularly on what's happening, in particular on the successes that have been achieved, that the organization is able to manage and to move ahead. So that's just a few thoughts about what we're trying to do in United Nations Development Programme. We believe that our program so far has been extremely successful, that we're trying to build on good principles and good practice that we observe around the world. That's why I'm so pleased to come and learn from all of you here today and share our experience. But it certainly proves that in the public sector, very transformational change within a short period of time is more than possible. It's absolutely essential if we're to respond to the VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous, and be able to meet the huge global challenges that we all face together. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Director David Beerfield, for your presentation on the people for 2030 and for saying that they are the key enabler in terms of scaling up together. And now the second presentation will be delivered by Dr. Zulkifli bin Mohammed, the Deputy Director General of Public Service Department of Malaysia, who will be touching upon the challenges ahead of government personnel administration, digital transformation, and intellectualization. Please be noted that this presentation will be only open to the participants who are joining us on site here in Sejong Convention Hall. This means that those joining us through the online platform, the YouTube channel, please be on hold, as the streaming live service will begin after the end of the presentation due to the presentation's ask. So, please be on hold, and after 10 minutes, we're going to resume the streamline service once again. And now with the live stream being connected once again, we're going to move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is prepared by Joe Kendall, the Assistant Commissioner of Australian Public Service Commission, who is going to touch upon the challenges ahead of government personal administration, the digital transformation, and intellectualization. Let us welcome the Assistant Commissioner with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Hi. Firstly, let me say thank you to everybody for giving up your valuable time to be here with us today and for those insightful presentations that we've heard so far. Given the current global digital skills shortage and the growing demand for digital skills, these types of discussions are vital to share knowledge, experiences, and draw on insights from the work we are all doing to build digital capability. We live in a world that is complex and ever-changing. In the last couple of years, we have seen the profound impact that local and global events can have on our communities, and it is more important than ever that the government can rapidly understand and respond to the needs of the Australian public. This requires an Australian public service that is equipped with well-developed digital capability, both in terms of infrastructure and workforce, so we can deliver digital services that are simple, secure, and efficient. Our vision for an Australian government workforce that is fit for the digital age has the capability to do its job well and delivers world-leading digital services. To achieve this, the government is focusing its efforts on the attraction, development, retention, and deployment of digital skills. The 6 key focus areas are ensuring our leaders are digitally astute and can recognise the opportunities and risks arising from digital transformation, growing the diversity of the digital workforce so it better reflects the diversity of the Australian community and removing any barriers to a digital career. Being an employer of choice by empowering government agencies to help attract, train and retain digital professionals. Expanding the digital talent pool by investing in APS digital capability uplift so we can lead the way for the broader Australian community. Building foundational digital skills, ensuring all staff have a digital mindset and are confident in using digital technologies and contemporary ways of working to maximise their impact and efficiency. And lastly, working with industry and academia to increase the number of digital professionals and specialists to ensure we are designing and delivering the digital policies and services of the future. Ultimately, we can't do it alone. So research has highlighted that 87% of jobs in Australia now require digital skills, and we have estimated to need 1.2 million technology workers by 2030 to keep pace with the rapid rate of transformation, and that's against a backdrop of a population of around 25 million. There is fierce competition for digital skills, with 68% of Australia's technology industry suffering skill shortages, and the APS is not exempt from this. Our challenge is not only attracting new talent, but also retaining our existing talent. Most prominently, the fields of cybersecurity, enterprise technology architecture, data integration and migration, and DevOps engineering are feeling significant effects of the skill shortage. This creates several challenges for the APS and requires us to think more innovatively about how we attract, develop and retain and deploy our digital talent. Against the backdrop of the 1.2 million tech workers by 2030, technology graduates numbers in Australia are down to around 12,200 per year, with 3,500 of these being international students who return overseas. So we cannot rely on entry-level pipelines alone to bridge our capability gap. Where skills are not readily available in the labour market or are difficult to attract and retain, we are focusing on strategies to reskill our existing workforce, especially where we have people in jobs that will diminish through automation. We have learned that there is a lack of consistency in how we describe digital capabilities, and I think somebody else mentioned this earlier, which can be confusing for people. We're establishing a common set of base requirements for each digital discipline and managing these in an integrated way. We are trying to break down silos and address cultures that prioritise local over shared outcomes when trying to access scarce and in-demand skills. We've been challenged by workforce settings that have limited the number of permanent public servants we can employ. And on the other side of that is we have employed in the past a lot of contractors and consultants where we should have been realistically employing public servants. We found that many graduates are entering the workforce and do not have the job-ready skills employers need. We are working with technical and tertiary institutions to ensure students are provided with access to training to develop these skills. Targeted capability development in the APS relies on an integrated approach to develop specialist skills and expertise. Our capability development ecosystem consists of 5 pillars, and while my focus today is on digital, these pillars are structured in a way to support any area of capability uplift. We've established an APS Academy as a network hub of learning and development excellence for the APS. The Academy delivers core foundational skills training to the broad APS and supports the delivery of specialist training. When I talk about core skills, it's similar to what others have talked about in regards to competencies, etc. We refer to it as our APS craft. It's the skills that every public servant needs to be a good public servant. The APS professional streams are workforce initiatives established to increase the capability of APS employees working in critical disciplines. Our professional streams currently focus on digital, data and human resources, and I'll speak more on this in a moment. By establishing centres of excellence and communities of practice, we can bring people together to share knowledge and experiences on specific areas such as automation, augmented intelligence, digital sourcing, workforce planning and data. The APS develops strong partnerships with professional associations and industry bodies to better collaborate on workforce and capability initiatives. This ensures the government and industry are coming together to address skill gaps, not only for the APS, but for the broader community. We are working closely with government agencies to also add value and supplement their agency-specific technical capability uplift activities. I briefly touched on the challenges we face in how we describe digital capabilities. One way we are addressing this is to adopt consistent capability and skills frameworks. Last year, we established a whole-of-country licence for the Skills Framework for the Information Age, also known as SOPHIA, providing all Australians free access to a globally recognised skills framework. This helps to ensure that we are all using the same skills and terminology, especially when developing and delivering capability uplift activities. Of course, there's no point having a skills framework if we don't understand how to incorporate that into how we design roles and jobs. Many people often use the term role and job interchangeably. However, it is important, especially for our workforce planners, to have clarity on how we differentiate between a person, a role and a job. A 2019 review of the APS identified the need to build capability in critical skill areas, including digital, data and HR. Professional streams were established with a dedicated focus on helping to uplift capability in these critical skill areas and support agencies to find and develop the skills they need now and in the future. Key areas for the digital profession are to build a leadership culture for digital transformation, provide digital career opportunities and pathways, deliver attractive entry-level programs to build our talent pipeline, provide the tools and environment to support shared community learning, establish and nurture industry and academic partnerships to deliver targeted training, and of course to establish how we will measure our success in uplifting capability. Our members benefit from access to career development and training, mobility opportunities across government, networking and mentorship, and a platform for the recognition of their skills and expertise. With over 7,500 members from all tiers of government, the digital profession has made significant progress in developing APS digital capability. With digital skills in such high demand, it is harder than ever to recruit the talent we need to retain digital professionals in the APS. To be able to compete for top talent in a highly competitive market, agencies are rethinking their employee value propositions, reconsidering touch points across the entire employee lifecycle. We have a really unique employment offering in the APS. There are a wide range of agencies to work for and career paths to follow. But with these challenges in the labour market, we need to look at new ways to increase the pipeline of digital talent coming into the APS. We are focusing on broadening the APS footprint and providing employment opportunities outside our traditional major city areas. While we have well-established entry-level programs for graduates, apprentices and cadets, these have been heavily focused on participants working from our major capital cities such as Canberra, Sydney and Melbourne. To help tap into broader talent pool, we have established an APS Academy campus program, which are multi-agency workspaces co-located with universities in regional areas across Australia. The campuses will act as a bridge from university to fully support entry-level positions within the APS, allowing students from diverse backgrounds to pursue a data or digital career without leaving their region. There is significant value to be gained from developing strategic relationships with universities to build a pipeline of skilled workers across Australia, strengthening professional and stakeholder networks. The APS has found reskilling and upskilling existing staff is an efficient and effective strategy in filling positions with capability requirements that are difficult to obtain from the labour market. Reskilling workers can also be an efficient method to proactively shift workers from the roles which may not be required in the future into roles with emerging skills, thereby mitigating workforce risks so agencies can continue to deliver and providing continued employment and career development prospects for employees. In addition to stretch training and opportunities, reskilling efforts include identifying in-demand roles that are similar or complementary in knowledge and skills, training to support acquisition of new knowledge and skills, i.e. theory and content, and supported application of new knowledge and skills, practical on-the-job training. Our methodology measures similarity between jobs to systematically map viable and desirable job transition opportunities for employees facing declining job prospects or for agencies seeking to build their workforce into emerging job roles. We need to plan for continuous capability development and reskilling activities to transition our workforce to the areas and capabilities which are growing. Research has highlighted a major issue with retaining digital talent. We know that there are around approximately 12,000 digital professionals in the APS and many leave after just 2 years of service. Digital professionals have said that they feel that their skills are misunderstood, not recognised or are underutilised. There is also a significant cost to replace expertise and corporate knowledge when digital professionals leave. Clear articulation of the skills required in digital roles and how they combine to form career pathways helps address these needs, and providing support for career development within the APS helps to attract and retain talent. By providing individuals with the opportunity, to be part of a community and have their skills, knowledge and expertise recognised, the digital profession can improve employment and career longevity. Accreditation, verification and continued professional development will add legitimacy to digital practitioners' credentials. Our APS Career Pathfinder tool is a core part of our strategy to develop and retain digital talent for the APS, assisting people to explore digital career options in government. The tool supports digital professionals to identify required skills against specific roles and links them to relevant resources and training. Given the skills shortages, it is critical that we have the ability to deploy our digital talent to work on the things that really matter, and to provide digital professionals with the opportunities to utilise their unique skills and specialist capabilities. Most of our workforce is employed under the Public Service Act, which supports workforce mobility, including reassignment within an agency and temporary or permanent moves between agencies. Temporary mobility opportunities are a great way for staff to build new skills and contribute to the APS-wide priorities without leaving their agency. We encourage agencies who need digital skills to think about how they can break work down into short-term flexible opportunities. When aligned with government, agency and whole of APS enterprise priorities, mobility can offer significant value to agencies, including addressing surges or peaks in demand, such as COVID-19, floods and election surge reserves, solving complex problems. We established task forces, project teams, seconding an expert to a team, and developing employees through job swaps, talent program rotations, central and line agency secondments, graduate rotations, employee sabbaticals into the private sector or academia. Through the digital profession, we're changing the way we consider mobility in the APS. We promote short-term mobility opportunities that enable managers to access digital professionals from across the Australian government to address work demands, solve complex problems and build skills in staff. Now, I briefly touched on our APS Career Pathfinder and wanted to close with a little more on this tool. Career Pathfinder is an open source platform created by the APS to help people and agencies easily understand the skills needed for digital roles in the APS, to map an APS digital career path and help workforce planners, recruiters and managers identify the skills they need and find people with those skills. The tool uses capability or skills frameworks with APS roles mapped to those skills. We currently have over 180 APS digital roles mapped within the tool using Sophia and CySec, which is the cybersecurity framework. However, the platform is built in such a way that it can consume any well-structured capability framework, such as data or HR. We have been engaging and collaborating with government and industry stakeholders, both domestically and internationally, to help with the development of enhancements to Career Pathfinder and support their adoption of the tool. It is a great tool that has been critical in our digital capability uplift efforts, and we are happy to share it with you. And lastly, armed with the knowledge of this gap in digital skills and with properly implemented initiatives to resolve the concern, APS is on the right track to meet projected staff needs in this space. We will continue to focus on extending, evaluating and iterating our products and services, as well as endeavouring to strengthen partnerships with our international partners. The digital skills shortfall has been identified as a global issue. By working with overseas governments, working to resolve the same issues, APS has identified an opportunity to share our findings as well as benefits from the data and experiences of countries with similar needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, with all the demand and the challenges that we face, the Assistant Commissioner shared with us the opportunities ahead of us. And now this is going to be the last presentation for the second session. Professor Park Kyung-yeol of Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy of KAIST will talk about the digital transformation in human resource management. Let's welcome Professor with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Indeed, we're experiencing one of the most difficult times with the series of not only the global pandemic and global economic downturn, but also socio-environmental crisis, including climate crisis and natural and man-made disaster. But at the same time, for better collaboration, we see some sort of hopes for the future. And work together, particularly in the field of digital transformation. I'm not an expert of human resource management, but I was asked to provide some implications from the technology management perspective and also international development cooperation. I think today's session is very timely, and I really look forward to the further discussion. So. I think we have running out of time, but let me try to be quick. So let me briefly introduce about kind of research arena in this intersection between the digital technologies and international development in the public sector. And also we move on to the digital transformation in the human resource management, focusing on the artificial intelligence and automated assessment tool. And if I have enough time to discuss about it, what are the implications for our international development cooperation? So my research arena is positioned in the intersection between technology and governance and development. And I'm particularly interested in the role of science and technology and data-driven management in the public sector and international development arena. One of the core theoretical framework here, which we call the socio-technical systems, not only the functional and managerial the role of technology is important, but also institutional and social-cultural the roles always we need to consider in the framework of the policy. So one of the research works includes how we can utilize the different data sources, including remote sense data and then satellite imagery to maximize the benefits for the future cooperation in development sectors. So based on the kind of remote sensing data and analytical techniques, convolutional neural network to increase the coordination and establish the analytical framework to enhance data-driven management. Well, actually, the use of ICTs and digital technologies in the public sector is not very new. So there's a common underlying assumption is that ICT utilization will lead to enhanced transparency and better service delivery and intergovernmental organization cooperation and finally increased public engagement from citizens' perspective. But actually, this assumption is somehow naive and also pretty much based on the linear linkage between the ICT and open data and the better governance. So we really need to engage with the social-political context and how technology is socially and contextually embedded and how existing power dynamic matters because the impact of digital transformation is massive in many different sectors. So the core reason is that the digital technology is general purpose technology, so which it can affect entire economy and at a national level and also the global level. So there might be some economic and social political and cultural and even the ethical consideration. So we have a couple of takeaway points. So there are so many diverse stakeholders in the ecosystem of digital transformation. So that's why we need to establish and think about the normative frameworks for collaborative digital governance. It's already AI-driven automation has been already implemented in the public sector, but at the same time, as you can see, there is a lacking discussion in the issues of AI-driven hiring process in government. So it's believed that other than automating tedious and monotonous tasks, some AI tools enable recruiters to better grasp candidates' actual skills. So there are many applicants tracking systems already used by company and public organization. So that's why we really need to engage the kind of normative framework here. So I think the key rationales are here. So there are the cost effectiveness and also the remote working. So the context, so during this pandemic era, the digital transformation has been accelerated in remote working context. And also service providers of AI recruiting systems advertise that AI makes the hiring process fairer and less biased as they are free of the human institution. So in response to the automated assessment tools, actually citizens and the younger generation already share their experiences and provide some feedback and to close the feedback group. But what are the perception of the job applicants? AI applicants in the hiring may generate a lot of serious social conflicts. So compared to the video screening algorithm, resume screening algorithm are considered fairer and more effective. At the same time, male respondents and participants with high income and more education are more positive towards hiring algorithms than others. So there's still the gap. Although the research on AI recruiting has increased substantially in recent years, but the comprehensive ethical understanding of recruiting as an expanding applications context of AI is still the lacking. So one of the fundamental problems arise here, so what we call the pacing problem. When change is easy, the need for it cannot be foreseen. When the need for change is apparent, change has become more expensive, difficult, and time-consuming because there is a kind of past dependency of the technology. So what we call the pacing problem. So that's why we need to have the ethical governance. So we have the expert system and data platform and diverse the machine learning techniques, but at the same time, it will lead to some ethical considerations in human resource management functions. So it could be the human biases and also data biases and information security. There's always trade-off between the transparency and privacy concern. So that's why we also need to include this kind of institutional and social cultural factors in the governance framework. And also we need to participate in the kind of global normative setting, and we strongly encourage the Korean government's proactive participation in the shaping process. So that's why we need kind of better understanding of the international collaboration from more the development perspective and more the human perspective. So as a researcher in this field, so intersection between the digital transformation and international development, we really need to have a kind of transdisciplinary approach, not only for the academic discipline, but also methodological diversity. So because from my field experiences with the World Bank, I've witnessed that a lot of innovative ideas actually has been failed in the context of developing country. The main reason is the lack of coordination and lack of transparency and lack of kind of collaboration between the actors. One of the project that I have lead, actually we're providing some data platforms which geocodes the many development activities in the context of the Malawi, but actually it was a partial failure because one of the biggest reason was the reluctance to utilization of the new technology within our organization, and also the reluctance to provide and share the data between the actors. So as a closing remark, in memory of my former academic advisor, I'd like to quote Professor Juma Kalesta's quote. So science and technology must include social institutions to maximize the probability of social acceptance of their innovation. Because digital transformation is not just functional and technological issue, but more importantly, and social, cultural, and institutional perspective. So we need to ask the fundamental questions: digital transformation for whom and for what, and that actually lead to the issue of the more inclusive digital transformation. So I look forward to further discussion during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor. It was interesting to hear the artificial intelligence and the development point of view. And now we would like to start the discussion for this second session. So may I invite all the panelists, the speakers of the session, and the moderator join us on stage for the discussion. So as your name is called, please join us on stage. First of all, we're going to be welcomed by Director Dave Beerfield. Thank you very much. Please join us once again on stage for the discussion. And moving on, we're going to welcome Dr. Zulkifli bin Mohammed and Assistant Commissioner Joe Cantle, Professor Park Kyung-yeol, Professor Choi Sang-uk, and Director General Yoon Sambath, and Dr. So Ga-young, and Dr. Kim Jong-gun. Yes, with all the distinguished guests joining us on the stage, we're going to once again have a fruitful discussions. And of course, if the time allows, we're going to welcome some questions from the floor as well. And we're going to start the second session. Well, actually, the Underwood Distinguished Professor Moon Myung-jae of Yonsei University was to join us and serve as the moderator. Unfortunately, he was not able to attend. So we're going to have Professor Choi Sang-won filling up his seat. So Professor Choi, please.
Thank you so much. Initially, the Professor Moon was supposed to be the moderating this panel, but he was finally confirmed to have the coronavirus, so he was not able to attend this session. So on his behalf, I will going to moderate this session. So thanks again. I mean, this is a very wonderful panel, and this very great, crucial theme and the title. So I was very appreciative for the excellent presenter. And also that we have the three excellent panelists. Let me introduce the three panelists. And the first, on the left-hand side, the first discussant and the panelist, Jan Sambat, and the Director General and the General Department of Planning and Statistics and IT, and the Minister of Civic Service of Kingdom of Cambodia. Please welcome and a very big applause. And second panelist in the left-hand side, and Kai Young So, right? Associate Research Fellow and the Korea Institute of Public Administration. And please, the big hand, please. Yeah. And the last panelist, Jong-gun Kim, and the Director, ICT Management Division, and Ministry of the Personal Management, Republic of Korea. Please make a big clap. We have about 20 minutes for the discussions and all the panel. So we don't have enough time to each discussion. I guess each discussion should be finished and completed within the 5 minutes. I think the first, Sambat, please, first discussion, please.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We all agree that IT play a very important role in HR management, especially in the government with the development in the nowadays. But we all face big challenge in this digital transformation, especially in the government, because of the complexity, the size and culture, lack of human resource, especially IT skill, and also the challenge from the citizen that require responsive, fast, and also cost-effective service that need to serve the people. In order to overcome these challenges, we have to apply principle, especially in our case in Cambodia, that we always think that we have to think big but start small. And so we need to identify the immediate and the module or core system, and then gradually add more functionality into our IT. Because you know that the budget, especially in this COVID-19, so everyone has to survive first. So we have to somehow do it even with this challenge. But with our commitment from our leader, we, even during this pandemic, we have to transform ourselves from a traditional to the digital transformation way. Yeah, thank you.
Are you finished? All right, okay. Thank you so much. Please give a big hand for the first discussions. And I think the second panelist, the Kayang sir, ready? Yep.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. My name is Kayong and I work at KIPA, Korea Institute of Public Administration. We are a national think tank at Prime Minister's Office. We have a very close relationship with the Korean Ministry of Personal Management. So it's both personal and organizational honor for me to be here. And I believe session 2 had such a nice structure of 4 presentations. First 3 presentations introducing innovation cases, which we can learn from each other. And finally followed by Professor Park's last presentation that ties all cases together from a development perspective and with a bit of a human face. And specifically, Mr. Bierfield's first presentation on UN body was very innovative, like showing how this transformation can broaden the boundary of the concept of workers and tackles the UN's perpetual and particular HR issues, such as consultancy contracts. And then moving on to the second presentation by Mr. Mohamed, the introduction of the Malaysian case really shows how this transformation within the public administration field is going through the sustainability era. Like regardless of these income levels of countries, we learn from each other, and innovation and transformations are not luxuries of the high income or Western countries anymore. And then Ms. Cantor's Australian case was not surprising given its fame for successful digital transformation in many areas of government services. And then last, Professor Park's presentation, as I said, tying all the cases together, this presentation brought us closer to the demanders of government services of the future and lead us to think about fairness. So ultimately, staying somewhat positive about challenges of this transformation, I've come up with 2 questions and maybe some homework for me to think about over the next decade or so. And first question is this transformation based upon what we call the 4th industrial revolution? Is it going to be just another paradigm shift which comes with cost and benefits or creates winners and losers? Or can this be powerful enough to collaborate with us, human beings, like establishing its own intrinsic values, such as shifting the concept of government services of the future? Yeah, thank you.
Any speaker respond to his or the comment and the question? I think. You can understand. All right.
So the 2 questions. First one is this transformation based upon the 4th industrial revolution or the use of AI or machine learning, is it going to be just another paradigm shift which has a cost and benefits?
Anybody translate for him?
Maybe I just take.
The sound system actually, yes. We can't actually clearly hear from. I don't know. It's very awkward, but you know the sound system.
I try again, or without mask on.
Without mic.
Yeah. So is this transformation going to be another paradigm shift, which has cost and benefits, or creates winners and losers, just like the previous ones? Or can this be powerful enough to collaborate with human beings, like even?
Okay, you can just. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much for the questions, but I'm not in the position to just wrap up all this the discussion and then to answer these very fundamental questions. But I think it is a game changer because as I explained, how we can actually conceptualize the core differences between the traditional ICTs and this ongoing, artificial intelligence-driven, the techniques in our society, because it's one of the uniqueness of this technology is what we call the general purpose technology. So it hugely impacts on all the sectors, and also for the different type of industries and even individual users. So for example, if you look at the national science innovation systems, for example, big science like nuclear engineering, actually only the government actor is the most important and unique actors for the process. But for ICTs, actually for the the general users actually have a power to influence on the shaping the technology, shaping process of technologies. That's the key differences. But at the same time, we really need to the questions: what are the fundamental power dynamic between the service providers and the marginalized the people? So can we really establish the kind of a feedback loop between the beneficiaries like citizens or users as a normal users, and if we just compare to the global platform company or government, which could be based on the kind of digital surveillance, which could be the authoritative regime. So there is still questions on the fundamental power dynamics still similar. Then maybe we have kind of less hope.
Just to add some of the question raised by our fellow colleagues, Go Gang Yong, is it? Go Gang Yong, is it? Okay. In Malaysia, in particular, we did some exercise to digitalize some of the process of being from manual to digital, including having all what we call it human resource management system, whereby all these activities being included under the RPA, we call it the reprocessing architecture back end, whereby we can really look into the performance of that particular workers, employees. So this will take quite a number of years before we really translate it into the system itself. Currently, we go concurrently with this manual and also the system, so that at the end of the might be another 2 or 3 years, we will fully equip with this system. So in Malaysia in particular. Thank you.
Joe, you don't have any response and reactions? Joe, you don't? No? Okay. Okay. Moving to the last, the panelist, Jong-gun Kim. Ready? Yep.
First of all, thank you for the wonderful presentation from all of you, and let me excuse speaking Korean from now.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. As the speakers already mentioned, once again, you know that population structures, digital transformations are dominating our lives. We have welcomed the digital transformation era. Amid digital transformation is actively being carried out, we need to provide high quality public service and also develop democracy. Once again, we need a good governance continuously. And based on the AI-based HR, definitely our future will be different. What is digital transformation? Well, unlike the digitalizations or implementing digital, not only we need to think about the development of technology, but also fundamentally we need to innovate the HR system. We need to predict the challenges and issues and find solutions proactively. The HR system itself, once again, goes hand in hand with the current administration's digital government. And computerization was the first, and the second is integration. The third generation is once again AI-based public service system. So we are trying to achieve the third generation HR system. Ever since they are hired until they retire, every single step of the way are digitalized, and we have the HR management system totally using digital, and HR management is now being digitally connected based on data. HR policies are being supported, and new services are also being provided. So we very much use technology and AI. As you mentioned, when human being met with technology, let me add, digital transformation brings a lot of changes. Users, HR manager, and policymakers, from their perspective, we can enjoy different results. From the user's perspective, chatbot chatbot or other things can be provided, and their work can be based on mobile or other internet services. For example, there could be cumbersome or difficult process, but by connecting with the users, we can immediately streamline all the process. Second, HR management in the future can take care of all the necessary work digitally, and automatizations will take place. And complicated HR reshuffling or reorganization can be simplified. Last, from the policymaker's point of view, inside or outside all the data will be connected. We can predict, analyze, and visualize, and the more scientific-based decision-making can be possible. Instead of relying on our intuitions, we can base everything on the AI analyzed data and come up with a more objective decision. Last but not least, the digital transformation in the HR management and HR policy, I'm sure the public servant and public service will be more attractive than ever before. Our work will be innovated, and also HR management will enable a platform where public and private sectors can collaborate and come up with a better service. However, as the speakers have already mentioned, there is a privacy security issues and also the overall information protection. Increasing the competency of the public service and digital educations are critical. In light of that, I have a question to Australia's case, Mr. Joe. Human should be our foremost priority, not the technology. That was really important. From the HR management point of view, this is very important.
All right. Thank you so much. We finished the three excellent panelists. I think I have several questions for each speaker. David, you highlighting the shared accountability. I think the very interesting, very significant concept for the human resource management. I'm still have there were some how to make the shared accountability to conjunction with the performance. Do you have any some system or idea for making changing or making movement to integrate the shared accountability and the performance management? I think that this is very interesting concept and the approach for the particularly my research agenda. I think the second questions for Mohammed, you highlighting the I guess at the very last slide, the information trust and the security. That is still we have a very trust issue for global, the digital transformation. What about that is that still, the international standard and the international trust issue? How can you make international trust issue for moving digital translation? Or we don't have to make it very international standard for digital transformation. I think I wanted to get your idea and your thought. Joe, I think that you highlighting the right. This is very not. I don't think that that's the ethical terminology and concept. You highlight that right digital skill for the all APS. I very interesting those right word. What does it mean by the right? This is a very typical word you used. I want to get some your explanation about the right. And last, Professor Park, you highlighted the ethical governance to make for the moving the digital transformation. We are very fundamental debate for the ethical issue and also security and a lot of the some public value. How about that? The beyond the ethical dilemma and ethical issue, many scholars highlight and argue that ethical issue for moving digital transformation and AI application. I don't think that this is not moving the developing further for the theoretical and the practical experience and the practical approach. How about your some beyond the ethical you say that governance, ethical approach. So we are very eager to get some more development of the theoretical argument about the ethical issue for moving the digital transformation and intellectualization. So I think that's each, the question that I ask. Would you please, David, for about the integration of the shared accountability and the performance management, if you have, right?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. And I think performance management itself and creating a high performance culture is itself one of our key focus areas. There is a very strong link, but an indirect link, double link, I would say, between the two. So first of all, through shared accountability, we really want to use that to actually drive the change, because if the change just stays at the level of headquarters or management, it's not really going to change the culture in the organization if people don't feel a sense of ownership. And given that we're a global organization, it's very important, I think, whilst you have some central kind of overarching principles, you have to interpret those differently in face of the very difficult circumstances in which our staff find themselves in 170 countries around the world. So driving that change and cultural change and embedding the transformation is first of all. Secondly, I believe that having a shared accountability in the organization actually increases the staff engagement, because they feel they have a stake in something, right? They have a direct influence in their daily working environment. And I believe that particularly through those two things, what you do is you create a culture where, because you have a highly engaged workforce, and indeed we've shown that through our own global staff satisfaction survey, that itself helps to create this high performance culture where people want to give their best, because you can see that they feel listened to, they feel part of the process. And so that itself is a key driver of high performance. So that's how we see the link between those two things.
All right, thank you so much. Mohammed, do you have any feedback or comment about my question? My question was whether or not we have to make international standard for moving digital transformations, particularly for the foster the trust. So some argument is that we are not ready to move the international trust building for a particular digital transformation. But some argument is that we have to. So what is your approaching and the understanding of the particular international trust building for making digital transformation?
Basically, what we did was some of the process need more innovation in terms of reinvent some of the process. It's not only because of the digitalization, but in terms of the way of the thinking is different. We have said that there is generation gap between the old school thought and the new generation working in the government. Totally have two different things, whereby the new generation in government official, normally they are more innovate in terms of having to work in terms of digitalizing some of the process. That's why if we can see that in COVID-19 pandemic, we see a lot of new ideas coming to the government. Some of the process we definitely never think of during those days. But during the pandemic, we are now working at home, from home, and basically some of the officers not even come to the office anymore. The way that the process is totally different. Similarly, we need more and more people talented in the digitals and then in the computer understanding and so forth. So this need more time for any country to invent in the transformation process. I think that will be the basic why we come here and then to discuss further about digitalization. Thank you.
By right. So I think there's different layers that we're looking at from a capability perspective, and we're in the process of developing a digital dexterity framework that looks at the layers from literacy to fluency to professionalisation. So having an understanding of what every public servant needs, and that framework will define that from a base level of literacy. And then many of our public servants will move into the fluency sphere, where we've defined what fluency looks like for digital. And then we have our professionals and our practitioners. So identifying sort of those skills is everybody at that foundational level, some at the fluency level, and then a select group of practitioners and professionals at that level. So the framework will identify that and help agencies to understand their needs better.
Thank you so much. Okay, Professor Park. I think it's a very challenging question for everybody.
You guys teach me a lot to answer the very fundamental questions. But so thank you very much for very important questions. So what would be the beyond normative or ethical frameworks, and what do we need in terms of governance? I think connecting to the previous comments, I think there might be four very important perspectives. So number one is the citizen's perspective. So there are many best practices of the utilization of ICT in public sector to provide better services to citizens. But ultimate goal of the public services is not just providing the better service to citizens. How we can actually engage citizens, and how can we make people to actively participate in the process of policy making. That's number one. And connecting to this perspective, for example, like open data, and we have witnessed the kind of proliferation of open government initiatives since 2008, around 2009, worldwide, more than 70 countries, they have joined this framework. And also the Korea government has been performing very well in terms of open data initiative and e-government readiness, in terms of global ranking. But at the same time, it was, from my perspective, it is very supply-driven, not necessarily, demand-driven. So, opening up a data and managing e-government sustainably it actually takes a lot of cost and human labor. So that's why we really need to engage with the demand. What are the demands? And then we could just develop a prefixed model to have a better engagement with the demand side. And also connecting to, what should I call it, David, right? David. So connecting to your comments on the culture. So openness and open government and digital transformation in government sector is all about cultural transformation. So, but there are still reluctance to the emerging technologies and reluctance to sharing data. So that's why that's the kind of one of the institutional challenges and cultural challenges within government. And number three is integration. What we mean by integration is about data and also systems. So, we need to have some increased interoperability in terms of data structure and also system. So different ministries has a different, internal systems, and sometimes we have a lot of institutional barrier to share our data, not only even in a developing country, but also in advanced country as well. So that's the number three. Integration is very important in terms of data structure and then system. And finally, regarding the international collaboration, for developing country, there has been the lack of opportunities for them to actively engage in the shaping process of any type of global norm and international agreements. Even SDGs. If we look back on the negotiation process since 2020 2012 up to
2015, even Korean government were not actively engaging in the shaping process. So, normative framework and ethical framework of AI is not neutral. So, any type of normative framework is always based on particular philosophical assumption. So these days, in terms of, for example, in terms of platform reliability, U.S. has been market-driven. In China, I would say more top-down approach, like central government-driven, and EU's like GDPR is pretty much like civic society-driven. So that's why what would be the strategies for engaging this kind of international kind of competition between the normative frameworks? That would be the very important the discussion point for governance as well.
Thank you. Anybody, any panelists, some additional comment on the directions? Okay, my watch is still the 8 is a minute remaining. Any floor, any audience have a question for? Okay. I think the several audience may have chance to ask questions.
Good afternoon. I am Victoria Esber of the Civil Service Commission, Republic of the Philippines. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate all for all your presentations. My question is somehow related to the last speaker, especially on your comments just right now, sir. I am interested because it has been emphasized earlier that we need to engage the citizens. We need even to measure the trust between the government and the service providers, that is us. And definitely, digital transformation is one way of excellent public service delivery. We have mentioned that we can also get the trust of government if we have competent workforce digitally. But how do we make also our public effect the shared accountability? How do we teach them? How do we involve them in the sense that my case in point is even in getting feedback from the public through online, it's somehow challenging already. So how do we raise the public's participation in IT solutions? That's my first question. And my second question is addressed to Ma'am Jo. Ma'am, I am interested on cadetship, but not in the sense of students as cadets, but of government employees engaging in cadetship so that they rise in the career ladder and become excellent leaders. Thank you.
All right. Oh, okay, you need some time? Okay. Yeah. Joe, first? Yep, go ahead.
So that was cadetships, was it? You were talking? Yeah. So the idea behind our cadetships and apprenticeships are both very similar, and they are very early entry level programs. And so the idea behind them is to actually grow and build our own digital capability. And we don't just run it for digital, we run it for other disciplines as well. And so we put our cadets and apprentices through quite a significant program of training and development in addition to the academic qualifications that they're progressing with. And it's with the intent of actually building future digital leaders within the public service. Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much for the question. So I think your question is about the fundamental relationship between the transparency and accountability and how we can actually utilize ICT to better citizens' participation. So I think it's very difficult to provide some right answer. ICT doesn't necessarily lead to accountability. And also before that, opening up data and the open culture for transparency does not lead to the government's accountability. There's a huge gap between the concept of transparency and accountability and citizens' participation. But I think most scholarly works probably agreed upon is that transparency is the prerequisite for the better civic engagement and accountability. So without sharing a data, without opening up government information, actually there's no room for improvement of the public services and accountability. So that's why the ensuring the transparency is the fundamental key. That's number one. And number two is there might be different institutional level. So internationally and globally, we need international collaboration for a better governance. At the same time, at the national level or at the organization level, cultural change and cultural transformation is really important. And it is really natural for, especially in the context of developed countries. So I worked in East Africa for 5 years, and then there are so many information systems implementation from advanced country in the context of Sub-Saharan Africa. And transformation from analog culture to digitalized system is hugely impact on the power dynamic within the organization. So the seniors actually normally have a kind of reluctance against the emerging technology, but it's very natural. The most important thing is that governance actually we should provide some incentive structures for senior person to actively engage in the kind of process of digital transformation and cultural transformation. So this kind of incentive structure we need to provide it is one of the the action items in the organization level. And also we discussed about the as an individual level, we need to increase the kind of digital literacy for the citizens, and we need to kind of capacity development and educational activities for the government's employee as well. So we have a different set of the strategies for according to the different institution level, I think. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we all time is over about 1 minute. So I think from each presentation and the discussion, I hope everybody get a very practical insight and implication for your working place and your country. I want to highlight one point and one message for everybody. We need to develop some international standard for the digital transformation and intellectualization. But we have a very challenging for making each government the change and moving toward the right direction and the right word. So that's why I think we think about shared accountability and national and international trust building, and also that what are the right digital skills for each community, and also what are the main ethical international governance to making forward. I think that this session is a very wonderful session. Please make a very big applause for each presentation and each discussion. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you very much. This is the end of the session, and you may now go back to your seats. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers, the panelists, as well as our moderator once again for making our session another successful one, and hoping that it was very useful to all the participants joining us online and offline. We're going to end the second session here. It was indeed a meaningful time for us to navigate our way forward in the midst of the digital transformation and the intellectualization. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to break for 20 minutes. And after 20 minutes, we are to come back for the joint presentation together. So we have some coffee and some refreshment prepared outside. So to comply with the government's quarantine measures, it would be appreciated if you drink or eat outside at the lobby. And we will be starting the last session at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. ACCSM+3 인사행정 국자 컨퍼런스 마지막 섹션인 저희 국제기구 특별 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 모두 자리에 착석해 주시길 바라며 코로나19 안전수칙에 따라 마스크를 항시 착용해 주실 것을 부탁드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 4시부터 시작하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the last session of the forum of ACCS+3 International Conference. So it would be appreciated if all the participants enter the hall and be seated. And to comply with the government's quarantine measures, please wear your masks at all time. And the last special session will begin at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. With that, let us start the last session of the day. The presentation on joint study results between Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea and the OECD, Learning Cultures in the Public Service, e-learning in Korea. Daniel Gerson, the head of the Public Employment and Management team of OECD, will give the presentation on the learning culture in the public service, Korea e-learning case study. So why don't we invite him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for welcoming me to the stage again. It's, as I said before, a real honor to be here this time to present and to discuss a bit the results of a joint piece of work that we have been doing with the Ministry of Personnel Management. I'm actually going to give a bit of a broad context to this case study, and then Director Lee will follow by actually presenting the case study. So I'm not going to talk too much about the actual content of the case study that we've developed together. Of course, you can read a draft version of the case study in the booklet that has been presented. This has been written by the MPM and the OECD together. We will be further adapting it, adjusting it based on feedback that we're going to receive from you and from other people. And then we'll be publishing it later in the beginning of next year in a publication that I'll talk about in a moment. So, let me set the scene a little bit with the work that we've been doing at the OECD on the future of the public service. Now, I get to work with countries around the world on exactly the themes that we've been discussing today. It's a wonderfully privileged position I have to manage a working party, a committee of senior officials from all of the OECD countries that are there to set the policy frameworks for public employment, for people management, for civil service reform. And every couple years we produce a publication now that is called Public Employment and Management, and this first edition of this publication came out in 2021. And in this, we looked at the future of the public service based on a bunch of research that we've been doing with these various stakeholders. We held various workshops, we did various consultations, and what really came forward were a framework to really think through how the future of the public service is taking shape based on what we call our 3 Fs. So what are our 3 Fs? What do these mean? Well, the future of the civil service will be, first off, forward-looking. So we're looking at a lot of different kinds of reforms to make HR itself more forward-looking. In other words, how are we identifying the changing skills required in the public service? And how are we actually adapting our workforce planning tools and instruments to be able to integrate those changing skills so that we make sure that we're not just replacing the civil servants that leave with exactly the same profiles, but that we're really thinking forward about the changing profiles. And how are we thinking about planning in the context of this forward-looking future? Of course, based on a lot of data and evidence, as Mr. Pansuk said this morning, we are trying to emphasize the need to look forward, but also recognize that the future is highly uncertain. And that raises some interesting questions. I think that's one of the key reflections that come out of the last year, is that if the future is uncertain, how can we plan for it? We have various different ideas, different examples, for example, scenario planning to help us think through different possible futures. Planning for flexibility, identifying different tools that make the public service more flexible, and being able to actually incorporate those into the planning process itself. And that leads me to my second F, flexibility. A more flexible public service is one that can be the speedboat that was alluded to earlier in David's presentation from the UNDP, right? It's one that can adjust to unforeseen circumstances. It's one that can take people and move them from things that are no longer a priority to those emerging priorities quickly, so that it can adapt to these very fast-changing circumstances. It's one that allows our civil servants perhaps to increasingly work from anywhere at any time, and for anyone in the public service, depending on what the needs are of that moment. And it's one that, of course, can access skills from the labor market when it needs it, but also really can invest in changing the skills of its own workforce as they develop. And I'll talk more about that particular point in a moment. And the third F of our future vision is a public service that is fulfilling to its public employees. We've heard a bit today about the challenges of attracting the next generation of civil servants, the challenges of being able to pay them enough. Of course, that's always a difficult aspect of public employment. So what we've heard and what we've seen are public services in the OECD really investing in trying to make the experience of work as fulfilling as possible to those employees, recognizing that they might not be able to compete with the salary to the extent that private sector employers can, but they might be able to compete around meaningful work, and meaningful work to an increasingly diverse range of public employees. Public employees used to often come from a very similar mold. They came from the same universities, they had the same kinds of degrees, the same kinds of expertise. And today, in examples like what was shown by Joe in the Australian presentation, we see that public services are increasingly investing in a bigger range of professions. This sort of push to professionalization, to increasingly invest in professional skills, technical skills, brings us away from a professional civil service to a civil service of many professions. And this is one of the key trends that we see. And then when we think about what is fulfilling, we have to think about this from an increasingly diverse range of people, perhaps more individualized public employment policies. Now, all of this is this forward-looking vision that we've developed in close collaboration with our member countries. And learning is one of those concepts that has really come to the heart of these 3 Fs. And so right now, we're doing a project on learning cultures in the public service. Let me explain what we mean by learning cultures in a moment, but let me reflect first off on why is learning so important. Well, we've heard a lot today about the need for new skills, the need to adapt, the need to change. We know that change is happening more quickly than ever before. How can civil services change? We're not very agile in the sense of being able to hire new skills and let go of old skills. This is something that is actually universal, I think, globally. In the sense that we work with countries with many different civil service systems, and I know that all the countries represented here have very different civil service systems, very different starting points. But I think that for all of us, a civil servant is usually a civil servant for almost all of their career. They might come in at different stages, but they tend to stay a very long time. And so learning is really the essential tool we have to upgrade, to renew, to reskill, to upskill. And so therefore it really needs to be prioritized. But of course we learn. Everybody learns. Learning is a human trait. We learn every day in our workplace. We learn from coming to a conference like this. We learn from the official presentations where people take notes and they show us their slides. We also learn a lot from the conversations we have at lunchtime in the hallway. We learn from the reactions we receive when we come home and we talk to our colleagues about what we heard, what we thought was useful. We learn about how they react to the fact that we just went away for 3 weeks, leaving them all of the work to do and having an interesting learning experience in Korea. So the fact that we learn constantly is core to being a human being. But taking a learning culture means recognizing that all of this learning happens and trying to make it deliberate, trying to actually influence it towards the right outcomes. So we've done a little bit of thinking through what does a learning culture mean and include, and this is still a work in progress. We talk about the need for lifelong and continuous learning at all phases of one's career. There's a lot of misconceptions about older workers, for example, that they may not be so interested in learning towards the end of their careers. That's not true. The evidence certainly doesn't bear that out. It's a question of how do we design learning for people who are of all ages, of all generations, to be able to learn together, to share. We need to think about aligned incentive systems for learning, both of course, extrinsic incentives. And I think Korea is a very interesting country in that, because I understand that in Korea, civil servants have to spend 100 hours every year in learning. And that's a huge amount. And it really stands out in OECD countries as a tool, a policy to promote learning in the civil service. But we also have to make sure that we're aligning intrinsic motivation to make people learn. Because, of course, growth is one of the most motivating aspects of working. Humans like to learn, they like to be able to apply new skills and see them develop in the workplace. So there's a really interesting question there. How do we make sure that we're aligning those incentives so that civil servants go on training, they learn something, and then they're given the opportunity to put it back into practice when they come back to their workplace? One of the biggest demotivators is when we invest in skill development, but then civil servants don't see the opportunities to put those into work, into practice. It's very demotivational. Learning, therefore needs to be a part of the job. It needs to be wired into the day-to-day work experience. So how can we think about the way we're assigning people to tasks, the way we're giving them experience to exchange with people outside of their day-to-day environment, to connect with new ideas, and to try and hardwire learning into the day-to-day experience of work. Learning needs to be viewed positively. Often, training in many civil service systems might be associated with low performance. You get sent to training because you're not good enough in your job. So we need to think about how we can make sure we're seeing training as something that the elite do, as exciting opportunities to develop and advance, chosen because of high potential, really bringing this into a talent management perspective. This requires managers, more than trainers, to see their role in this learning culture. In fact, the studies show that managers have the biggest direct influence on learning when it comes to learning behaviors, when it comes to learning ethics, when it comes to learning values, the things that sometimes we call soft skills, although they are the hardest to actually develop appropriately and measure well. So how do we actually make the role of managers understood to be coaches for their staff, to be people whose role is to develop their employees and see them grow, rather than just assign them work to make sure that their outputs and outcomes are achieved? This requires managers themselves to engage in learning, both because you can always learn something new, you can always develop your managerial skills, and also to set the tone, to set the example, because employees will do as their managers do. If they see their managers taking time out from their busy days to go and do training, to go and learn things and discuss that learning within their teams, then chances are they will do the same. They will see that as a clear signal that learning is a priority and is valued in the organization. And finally, learning needs to be inclusive. I talked earlier about the increasing diversity. We need to think of learning as an opportunity to bridge that diversity, to bring different people working in different positions together, to exchange ideas, to share, to develop a common culture across organizations. It's a wonderful opportunity as well to think about how we think of different types of people from different backgrounds, how they may learn differently, and to be able to provide the kinds of range of opportunities needed. And so all of this is contributing to what we're imagining as a learning culture. It's taking the idea of learning as something that happens inside a classroom to something that happens in the day-to-day work of the civil service. It's changing the role of a manager to be also a teacher and a coach, a supporter. And it's really trying to embed the idea of personal growth and development in the whole way that the civil service supports and develops its people. And digital tools are a huge part of this process. We have done a survey. This is just one of the data points. We'll have many more that we'll publish in the next version of our report that will come out in early 2023 on learning. And what we see here, all of these starred elements are the use of digital tools, and the blue line are the tools that are seen to be increasing, used, but also expanding their use in the next 2 years. And what you can see is that the biggest areas of expansion are all related to digital online tools. So we see a huge amount of OECD countries interested in online live training modules, in online platforms to access e-learning catalogs, in self-directed online modules, and then a smaller number perhaps going to that extra level of gamified learning, mobile learning apps, and AI-based learning systems. And this is all an introduction to the case study that we're doing with Korea, because this is in order, I'm trying to set up the point that the case study that we've done with Korea is really focusing on these kinds of tools. The case study looks at a new online learning system that's being implemented. It's in the course of implementation. And there are three really exciting elements that are happening in this. The first is that it fits into this existing policy platform, this existing policy environment that I mentioned earlier, where civil servants are required to take and engage in a certain amount, quite a high level of learning every year. This online platform helps achieve that because it's recognizing that learning doesn't only have to happen in official training courses, in training programs. Those count. But so does much more informal exchange that actually really builds on this culture of social media that we see happening increasingly around the world in various different workspaces. And it's trying to really bring that in and embed that in the Korean civil service. So the second point that I find really exciting about this is that it gives points and essentially it inspires people to not only be learners in the sense of taking information, but also to be people who share the information and who give of their skills to others. So on this platform, there are opportunities for people who might be considered experts in certain areas to develop content, and that content will count towards their learning time and then be available for others to take. It gives opportunities for people to comment on each other's posts, which will then also count for learning opportunities, and to connect in various different forms of networks to share ideas and exchange information. So with this policy framework and this ability to create a very social context of learning, there is one third area that is quite exciting. We've already heard this word a lot today, and that's the use of artificial intelligence. And of course, the government of Korea has been taking steps to embed this in this new platform, essentially to be able to help learners find their way through thousands of individual discrete learning elements, be able to understand who the person is, be able to sort of anticipate the kinds of learning desires that they might have. So there's a lot of innovation happening here. There's an innovation in the sense that it's trying to make better use of the existing policy framework. It's trying to engage learners across the administration in various different new modalities of exchange. And it's doing all of that with cutting-edge technology. So with that, I'm going to stop my presentation, and I'm very excited to be followed by Director Lee, who will really walk us through the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel Gerson, the head of Public Employment and Management Team of OECD. Well, there were a lot to digest through the presentation, and yes, let's continue to hear more from Director Lee Young-in of HRD Platform Development Division of Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea, and listen to the HRD transformation in Korea. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까? Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Director Lee Young-in from the Ministry of Personnel Management of ROK. The title of my presentation is HRD Transformation in Korea, an intelligent open platform for public HRD. These are the contents of my presentation. First, let me touch upon the need for digital transformation in HRD. We felt the need of training and educating civil servants, and it is categorized into basic programs, specialized programs, and other programs depending on target groups and content training. We also try to provide centric content, and provider-centric content means that mostly it's a face-to-face education, and we need to reflect the needs of the trainee, but there were some limitation, and it was hard to reflect the demand of the learners, and learners cannot get training when they want. And we have invested not only face-to-face education, but also e-learning. And we have opened e-learning center for public officials. However, the contents are limited. It takes a lot of time, and also it's mostly a courseware consisting of many sessions of long videos. It's hard to obtain needed knowledge immediately. The content takes long time, generating gaps between training contents and capabilities in need. And learners are busy contemplating the training hours required for promotion. Sometimes it lasts for 100 hours, and they don't have much that time, and they cannot meet the needed requirement by the end of the year, so they cannot complete the course. The world is faced with a major structural transformation and needs to react to the fast-changing society. However, the existing HRD methods are not sufficient to build civil servant capacity. What if I can search and obtain knowledge that I want on the spot? What if I can share good contents and discuss work with colleagues easily? If we do that, we can definitely enhance our competence. Those were the frequently asked questions. As the fourth industrial revolutions and digital transformation advances at full speed, we thought that we need to overcome the limitation, and only by doing that, the intelligent open national HRD platform, so-called HRD platform, can be utilized. Let me now dive into the main features of the HRD platform. Talent development platform means significantly expanding the learners' resources by gathering the various online learning contents from the inside and outside government in one place. It is an intelligent learning platform that uses AI big data technology to recommend contents related to learners' job or interest, and collect, analyze various learning data, and support the establishment of database talent development. Is equipped with a real-time online video education system so that you can receive non-face-to-face education. We want to promote collaborative learning by providing variety of social learning service to learn with colleagues. Through this, we aim to effectively raise the professionalism of public officials to meet the level of competency of public officials expected by the people. We have built this, and currently we are on trial operation. By the end of this year, we'll complete this, and the regular service will start being provided since next year. Let me now tell you about the main features of the talent development platform. First, the talent development platform is an open learning content hub, HEB, designed with an open architecture. Various content providers, both public and private, can freely participate in the platform and provide content directly in public. Currently, more than 700,000 governments and private learning contents are provided, but currently more than 900,000 are being provided. There are various learning resources such as microlearning, academic materials, and thesis, as well as existing e-learning contents. Through this, public officials can easily access a variety of high-quality contents, and private content campaigns will have the new growth opportunities. Second feature is that it supports personalized learning by using AI and big data technology. For the first time in the civil service personnel field, AI and big data technology are applied to analyze personal information, job information, and learning history of each civil servant to recommend the best learning contents for each individual. You can find the content you want, but the recommendation features make it easier to learn content related to your job or interest. In addition, it promotes various social learning activities by recommending other learners or communities or groups that may be of interest to individuals. The third feature is based on the big data analysis, which visualize the necessary information for service users, learners, content providers, and educators, and provider as its a dashboard, for example, by providing learners with their own learning status and information, compare and analyze with the fellow learners to increase their learning motivations, and by providing information on content preference and learning type to provide, it can induce consumer-oriented content creation. In addition, education managers will be able to support database policy establishment, such as establishing a customized education plan based on the learning status according to learners' characteristics such as the position and age. fourth feature is it is equipped with a real-time video education system that allows learning regardless of time and place. It was developed as a system specialized for the government to well support non-face-to-face education that has spread due to COVID-19. We are developing a database, indicators, and functions that enable learning in a variety of mobile environments and encourage learners' participation. In addition, we plan to provide various screen layouts and functions to enable smooth communication between participants. Currently, it is being used on trial basis by Government Education and Training Institute, expected to be used more in earnest when the platform education and construction is completed by the end of this year. Last but not least, the platform enables a variety of unstructured learning by implementing social learning service through interactions between learners, registers, and share the contents you want to see with your colleagues on platform. Respond to good contents with like or comment. You can follow fellows, and you can if you have interest or even form a group of people with the same interest. Also, typical learning is recognized as formal learning, and digital badge for each grade is given according to the amount of learning to induce learning motivation simulation. What you are looking at now is we are currently having the pilot, but what the platform will be look like when it's being constructed. So real-time learning through online expanding from offline center collective education is expected that it will change into learning behavior that is constantly learning while working rather than working separately and learning separately. In addition, autonomous and efficient learning becomes possible by recommending content tailored to each individual job based on AI and big data analysis, and database scientific talent development is realized through multi-dimensional analysis of vast amount of learning data to be accumulated on a platform. It is expected that free entry of private companies will be promoted on the educational ecosystem of public-private coexistence will be established. We will work hard so that the platform can be further developed and we will evolve in the virtual cycle of HRD. That concludes my presentations on the platform that what we are trying to build. Well, I guess it would be much helpful if I show you the demonstration. So I prepared a short video clip. It's only written in Korean, but still there is some explanation. So I hope they can boost your understanding. That concludes my presentation. I hope the HRD transformation in Korea can be helpful to you. Thank you.
The first page after logging in displays learning for the day that users should know first and personalized recommendation services. On the dashboard at the top, you can see at a glance your set keywords for areas of job and interest, plus the learning status. Today's real-time video training is displayed at the top for you to join in quickly. The screen shows in one place the annual compulsory learning and development programs for your organization, helping you learn more easily and conveniently without the need for an individual search. Also, AI comprehensively analyzes individual personnel matters, job information, and learning history data to recommend content that fits your job and interest, enabling more efficient learning. When the big data analysis model currently under development is completed, we will analyze the job information of learners and provide a recommendation service according to the career path, such as the desired division for each individual. Next, feed. Feed, like an SNS, supports social learning activities where your daily learning is shared and communicated with other learners. If there is a piece of content you want to learn with your colleagues, you can easily share it by clicking Register Feed, pasting the URL, and clicking the Import button. On the left side of the screen, My Registered Feed, Feed on my job interest, Feed of people I'm following, and Feed of my group are displayed in the latest order. It recommends content as well as other learners that may be of interest to you. After learning by clicking the feed you want to see, click like if it was helpful, and save it to your library for re-learning later. You can share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe to the feed by following the users you are interested in. Next, content. The HRD platform links more than 900,000 learning contents from the government and the private sector. It systematically provides extensive learning contents by applying AI automatic classification technology. At the top of the screen, you can see government-wide policy education, such as the governing philosophy or core education required, according to the situation. Here, you are recommended with additional learning content related to the content you recently learned and the content that has been viewed a lot by your age, group, or your colleagues. Next, collection. At the top, the collection of current learning materials is exposed. You can see the weekly best collection and all collections by setting them in the latest order and in the order of popularity. Click the Create Collection button to create and share your own learning collection with the contents stored in your library. Next, My Learning. The dashboard stimulates learning motivation by showing My Learning status, comparative information with other learners, and the ranking of outstanding learners. In Learning History, you can check your learning history by date. If the Big Data Analysis System and Visualization tool currently under development are introduced, we will be able to show more diverse analysis data. Also, digital badges are given according to various learning activities to promote learning through gamification. What's more, we plan to provide content providers with information on the characteristics of the learners, sales revenue for each content, etc., to facilitate the development of contents tailored to demands. We plan to provide L&D operations managers with information on recent search, trends, and learning status by topic to help them establish customized L&D operations strategies. In addition, we plan to provide division managers and policy managers with various learning analysis information to encourage employees' competency development and regular learning, and to support the establishment of data-based L&D policies for civil servants. Finally, let's access the real-time video class by clicking the training for today. You can exchange opinions using stickers and chats. Also, 16 types of discussion type screen layouts are under development according to the educational characteristics. What's more, we plan to provide services to encourage participation in real-time learning by displaying the degree of participation in color based on data such as the numbers of chats, remarks, and quiz responses. Thank you.
Yes, with this demonstration video that we have watched, we look forward to the development of the intelligent HRD platform. Well, as we are coming to the end of the conference, to wrap up the conference, let's welcome His Excellency Jo Sung-ju, the Vice Minister of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea, to deliver the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jo Sung-ju, Vice Minister of Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea. Distinguished guests from home and abroad. In the face of tumultuous challenges and volatility in our era, we have gathered together to talk about the future direction of personnel administration. And we have put our heads together, shared our ideas and opinions, and we have talked about our future. The governments need to be more innovative, more responsive to public's demand, and at the same time, we need to promote transparency and efficiency in public administration. And there seems to be a strong consensus that this should be the direction of governments. In the face of digital transformation, it is important for governments to make decisions based on scientific evidence and promote precision and specialization in government administration. And we all seem to be on the same page that this should be the path for governments around the world to pursue. In carrying out such activities, the first thing that we need to pay attention is personnel administration. There is a Korean proverb that we've had for a long time, and that is managing people is everything. And this is a very widely used proverb among Korean people. Recruiting, nurturing, outstanding civil servants and effectively managing their careers will naturally lead to competency enhancement of public administration for the entire public sector. And that probably is the biggest issues or challenges that governments face. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, today we were joined by delegations from ASEAN member nations, Korea, Japan, and Australia, and international agencies. And we've had a very precious opportunity to share our insights and experiences together. And this is going to be a stepping stone for building cooperative network among the ASEAN and other related countries in the Asian region. And Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea as a dialogue partner for ACCSM+3 will be actively engaged in sharing our information and ideas in the areas of personnel administration with ASEAN member nations and with ASEAN and Korea, China, Japan, 3 nations, I hope we can solidify our network for cooperation in public administration, the area that we have been working on since 2010. Through our dialogue and discussion today, I hope we can remember the lessons that we have shared together, go back to our duties in the government and academia, and looking forward to the day that we can meet again to share our progress again in the nearest possible future. I would like to now conclude ACCSM+3 International Conference. I would like to thank everybody for joining us, contributing to successful conclusion of this conference. I would like to thank each and every one of you for sharing your precious time with us today and wish you happiness and good health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for delivering the closing remarks. As he have mentioned, throughout the in-depth discussion that we had throughout the day will serve as a valuable moment for us to strengthen our cooperation network. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end the ACCSM+3 International Conference hosted by Ministry of Personnel Management of Republic of Korea. Thank you very much once again, all the participants joining us online and offline. And with that, we're going to end the forum. Until next time, goodbye.